Back-to-back moderate risk, guys. Outbreak. Let's get this show on the road.
Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now.
Guys, I am so happy that you joined us today for Outbreak. My name is meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5 on Twitter and Instagram. And I am here to take you guys through this severe weather outbreak that we are expecting today in portions of Ohio, Indiana, even Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, even down in parts of the deep South, Alabama. You guys are all under a risk of some pretty strong to severe storms today. Hail, wind, strong long track tornadoes are all in play for today. We've got a moderate risk, so it's going to be a pretty active day that we're expecting. It already got off to a bang this morning with some tornadoes, some tornado warnings with the line that went through. But guys, before we get into that, I just want to say thank you so much for joining. This is our third show that we've done. It's brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks, and essentially what this show is we want to go live on days of extreme weather, severe weather, and our goal is to show you the radar, but also show you a lot more than the radar. We want to show you the models. We want to show you, the current conditions, the mesoanalysis. We want to show you what is going on in the environment and what do we think we can expect. So, we are ultimately here to give you guys the best and most current information that we possibly can, and also do it in an entertaining way. You'll see, from time to time, you'll see other freaks joining. I know last night we did another stream where we had Phil, we had Dina, we had Serena, we had Craig. We had pretty much most of the Stormfront freaks join us, and it was awesome, right? We had some tornadoes that touched down. We had a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, and we had some pretty active storms. But today, guys, is going to be I think it might be a more active day today. Now, what are we looking at? And before we get into that, right, I want to first show you guys what is the setup for today. What kind of conditions are we expecting? What kind of what are our tornado warnings or tornado watches that we currently have, and what do we got in terms of the Storm Prediction Center, and what are they saying? So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our setup.
Time now for our outbreak setup.
All right, so, and I realized that I actually have my green screen on, so let me take that off. That'll adjust the color. Okay, perfect. Okay, so what are we looking at today in terms of the convective outlook that the SPC issued? And they just actually issued a new outlook This was, I think this was, let's just go back here. I think this was actually just issued. This was issued 4 minutes ago. So this is the latest outlook for the Storm Prediction Center, and they still have kept the moderate risk in place. So all that convection that we saw this morning that pushed through portions of the Ohio Valley, we still think there's going to be enough. The SPC still thinks there's going to be enough destabilization, enough energy in the atmosphere to have some of these long, strong tornadoes, possibly long track supercells. And I think a trend, at least that I've noticed in the past couple of SPC outlooks, is they've extended this further south into portions of even southern Indiana now, very southeastern portions of Indiana, and central and northern Kentucky. And just to kind of show some of the cities that are at play here, right? You've got Columbus, Ohio. You've got Cincinnati, Ohio. You've got Louisville, Kentucky. You've got Dayton, Ohio. You guys are all under the gun today for some very strong to severe storms, possibly some strong tornadoes. And even down, you have an enhanced risk, which is no joke. We had an enhanced risk here in Ohio a couple of weeks ago, and that produced, some very significant tornadoes. So, Nashville, Jackson, Chattanooga, even portions of Atlanta, Birmingham, Alabama. You guys all have an enhanced risk for some strong to severe storms that we're looking at in the next several hours. So it's going to be a busy day. And I just actually saw this. So I didn't actually have a chance to read this outlook since it just came out. But I think the big thing that I'm gleaning from this right now is the morning convection that we saw, right? The forecast that was made this morning and even partially last night remains on track. So I think that the Storm Prediction Center is basically saying, okay, we are, we've seen, even with the rain that moved through that people thought might disrupt the severe weather, it looks like that is going to have minimal impacts on the actual forecast. I think it shifted the severe threat a little bit further to the south, but I think for the most part, we still are going to get some pretty strong and strong tornadoes remain likely from southern Indiana to central Ohio and southward into the mid-south. A threat for strong tornadoes may focus this evening into tonight across parts of Alabama and Georgia. So even down in Alabama and Georgia, you guys have a risk for some strong tornadoes. And central Ohio and southern Indiana, you guys are also under the gun. And we've got some pretty strong storms. And if you look in the top left-hand corner, already ongoing, we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings currently right now for that area. I see some people are saying hi in the chats from last night. Good evening, Nikki. Great to see you again. Jess, great to see you again as well. Jess and Nikki both tuned in last night. Anna Beakey said, and I actually know Anna. Anna said she's flying back to Columbus tonight, getting in at 9 p.m. In your humble opinion, do you think it's going to get canceled? Man, that is a tough question. Anna, that is the timing, and I'll show the timing of these storms. But there's going to be some pretty nasty storms in and around Columbus and Cincinnati tonight, moving through probably anywhere from 5 to 9 p.m. So they could, we could be looking at possibly some delays or cancellations at the Columbus airport. So I would keep an eye on that. I wouldn't necessarily make any changes just yet, but yeah. All right. So we looked at kind of the outlook. Another thing that we always look for. So this is really, and let me just zoom in on this to give you guys a better idea of where this is. But we just looked at the categorical outlook. Now this is the actual tornado specific outlook. So if you see in the center of the screen, there's a 15%, and that's that red circle in the center of the screen. What does that indicate, right? What are those percentages? You see 10% in the yellow. Those percentages mean basically if there's a 15, if you pick any point, so you could pick a city, you could pick your house, right? If you pick any point within this red circle, there is a 15% chance of seeing a tornado, and not only a tornado, a strong EF2 plus tornado. So that means that, and you might think, okay, that's not a very high chance. For this part of the country, that is a very, very, very high chance for seeing it, because we don't, Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana. Those aren't the type of areas you think about when you think of strong tornadoes. You think of Oklahoma and the plains and parts of the deep south. So, but once again, too, like I posted on my Instagram, this is not, I don't want people to panic. I don't want people to be running to the grocery stores and be stressed out and be worrying about this events, because ultimately still the chances are relatively low that you yourself will get hit by a tornado. So that's important to note, is it's not time to panic, it's time to prepare. So what we mean by when we say preparing, have a place that you can go to, within your house, preferably downstairs in the basement, away from windows, away from possibly find the most interior room in your house that has no windows. Hopefully the basement. If not a basement, hopefully you're just within an interior room in your house, and mentally make that place and say, okay, this is if I get a tornado warning tonight, if I am under a tornado warning, this is the place that I'm going to go. Right. And if I were you guys, I think the safe thing tonight is to just make tonight a night you stay home. Right. If we're going to go to the gym. I know some of my friends were going to go to the gym. Just do that now. Right. Don't wait till 5, 6, 7 o'clock to do some of these things. And I'm not saying that to panic you. I'm just saying that because it's just being smart. Right. It's being smart, and just so that way, if you do get a tornado warning tonight, you should take it seriously. And when you do get that warning, get to your safe place that you've identified. We've got some other people in the chat as well. Nick Wheeler said, hi, Stormcat. Thanks, Nick. Wesley said, really enjoy you guys. Thanks for all the time you put into us. No problem, Wesley. Love, thanks for joining the show. Lane said, how much damage can we expect in the Clintonville area? Well, I wouldn't expect any damage just yet. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves there. So I wouldn't necessarily expect any damage just yet. Right. Because ultimately we got to wait till the storms hit. But we're going to have to watch these closely as they go throughout the afternoon and evening. Okay. So now I want to switch gears a little bit, and let me zoom out a little bit. And what are we looking at right now on the screen? This is the Storm Prediction Center's Mesoanalysis. What does this tell us? This basically tells us what are the current parameters in the atmosphere, right? So this is a good indication of like, what are we going to get storms, or is it just going to fall apart and bust, right? You often hear meteorologists saying like, okay, an event busts or an event is going to like overperform. You sometimes hear that about the snow. You sometimes hear that about other things, severe weather. And so what we're doing now is we're taking a look at the current conditions out there, and we'll get to the radar in just a second. But we're taking a look at the current conditions and basically saying, do we think that there is the potential for these storms that are ongoing to continue? Are they moving into an area of higher parameters or lower parameters? So let's first look at our dew points here. So what are dew points? Dew points is a measure of how much moisture is in the air. And to get these strong, really, really bad, mean storms, you need dew points of 60 degrees plus, 60 degrees Fahrenheit plus, generally. And you can see right now in Columbus, you've got 61, right? The green number is the dew points. Cincinnati is at 66, I think. Other parts are in the mid to low 60s. So we've got plenty of moisture. Now let's look at our Cape, and this is a very very concerning trend here, because what is Cape? Cape is the measurement of energy in the atmosphere, right? So the higher the number, the more energy this system has, right? Think about if you have a battery that's full versus a battery that's empty. If you got a battery that's full, whatever is powering that battery has plenty of juice to get going. If you have a battery that's empty, you don't have a lot of juice, and whatever that thing's attached to is probably going, possibly could die, right? And so that's exactly what we're looking at when we see these storms. Is we're looking at, is there enough energy in the atmosphere, and values of these are kind of contours, right? So you've got about 500 here in parts of Indiana. You've got you're starting to get 1,000 here, 1,500. So this, and I'll show you guys the trend here just to show you what it was. This was 4 hours ago. So look, the blue is bad. Blue means that's our essentially sinking motion. So that means that, okay, we're not going to get much storms with that. But look, that's 2 hours ago. So we've got some blue, but look at this. Look, and then look, this is 0. So we've got 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago, this is 0. So that energy is really starting to ramp up. And the reason that we have that, let's just go to the visible satellite. Look, so this is our current visible satellite. This is, if you looked at from space, obviously without the state lines, you wouldn't see the state lines. At least I don't think so. I've never been to space, so I can't fully tell. But look at this clearing that we're getting over central Ohio, right? And even portions of Kentucky. That is bad news. That means that our environment and atmosphere is quickly destabilizing, right? And so this clear slot is I think why the SPC is saying, okay, this is still, even with the rain that moved through these areas this morning, this is still a very potent atmosphere, and it's getting more potent by the minute. All right. So if you're in any of these areas in Ohio and Kentucky and Indiana, and you see the sun come out, you might think, oh, that's a good sign, the storms are over. That is not true. You have a line. You have this line back here, and this kind of broken line of storms back here in Indiana and southern portions of Illinois. That's going to be the focal point of storms tonight. Let me show you another parameter. So, and you guys are probably sick of me showing this if you watched the stream last night, but it's always important to see, right? Because ultimately, if you just stare at the radar, things don't really make sense. If you compare this to the radar, then you can much more quickly tell, okay, I've got my here's my shear, here's my helicity. Is a storm going to rotate? Is it not? Right. That's all about what this is all about. So looking at this, we got shear here. The shear is, once again, turning of winds with speed and direction with height. So the higher the number, the greater the shear, the more likely, the worse these storms could get. Right. And we've got plenty of shear here. And just look at the past. Let's look at the past 4 hours. So the shear is actually increasing. So now we had, and if you think about storms, it takes 3 ingredients, right? It takes instability. That was the cape we just looked at. That's increasing. We've got that. It takes shear to get supercells, and then it takes rotating and helicity. So those 3 things, right, we're looking for. So it's got the cape, it's got the energy, it's got the shear. Now let's see if it has the helicity. Okay. This is why we're so concerned right here. So helicity is basically, it's a science-y term that basically describes, think of a storm like a vacuum cleaner. As the vacuum cleaner is, I know that's a stupid example, but as the vacuum cleaner is going over, is kind of driving over this air, that's the updraft of the storm. That air is being pulled up into the storm itself. Helicity is what, the higher the value, the more that air that's being pulled up into the storm can rotate, right, and spin. And so if you look, so the higher values that you get means, as these storms in Indiana, which is kind of our main area of concern right now, as well as into southern parts of Kentucky and Tennessee, as all of these storms push off to the east, it's going to move over these areas of high helicity values, which means these updrafts are going to be spinning. When the updrafts spin, that equals tornadoes, right? Not always, but that's how tornadoes generally form, is when these updrafts start to spin, they become supercells, and they can drop some pretty nasty tornadoes. And so, I mean, look at the trend. So this was 4 hours ago. This was 2 hours ago. This is now. So this is why we're so concerned, because 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago, now. Look at the helicity values. They are just skyrocketing in our moderate risk area. So this is why we are going to have to, and if I do the if I do the uh, if we overlay the risks, or the risk boundary, right, the moderate risk, that is right. The helicity values are coming right on cue. So this is why I think the Storm Prediction Center is so concerned for these areas. Madison, hello. Thanks for joining. Glad to have you here. MB says, I'm already in my basement for safety. Am I being too much? You can never be too safe. I guess it depends where you are. If you're in the direct path of these storms in Indiana, maybe, but if you're anywhere out in front of this, I think you're okay probably for another hour or two. So really, it just depends on where you live. JK says, appreciate you, Big Cat. Thanks, appreciate it. Stormcat, as a cat who knows storms, how can I keep my kittens calm during an event like this? Well, if they're afraid of thunder, then I can't really help you much there. But I don't know. Distract them. Ethos Church says, Brady. Hello, Ethos Church. Glad you're there. Raymond, yep. Still wearing the lightning shirt from last night. Hey, you got to do what you got to do. When you've got back-to-back streams like this, you don't have much choice. Jess asked, how much do you think this air mass can still recover? 18Z, Wilmington, Ohio, sounding did not look great for tornadoes. Jess, that is exactly what we're looking at right now. And what I'm seeing is I think the air mass is recovering right now as we speak. Here's our helicity values, and the trend is not our friend at this particular moment. We've got just over the past 4 hours, the helicity values really have shot up into the Ohio Valley. So I think this environment is recovering right now, right as we speak. MB says Westerville. Yeah, MB, you're okay for now. I don't think you need to be in the basement just yet. We still, Westerville is in central Ohio. We still have an hour, probably a couple hours till these storms move in. All right, so let's take a look at this. This is the visible satellite. We looked at this just a second ago, but this is our focal point. Look, I mean, you can tell. Look at this. Here's the front right here that we have draped across areas of Illinois and Indiana. Here's Ohio right here at the center. It's a little bit hard to tell. Here's Indiana. This line of storms, this broken line of storms, is moving into this area of sunshine and clearing and destabilization. So this is what we're so concerned about over the next couple of hours, is the fact, when you look at the satellite and you see this, I think I've looked at a couple of experienced storm chasers that were saying, okay, this is not good. This kind of satellite imagery that you see is very indicative of a possibly a strong event that's going to take place. So, all right. So here's what the last thing we'll do, and then we'll kind of look at the radar here and see what we got going on. But this is what Jess was talking about. This is our sounding. And what do we mean by when we say sounding? A sounding is essentially the National Weather Service offices across the country will launch weather balloons from time to time. And they'll launch 2 a day. In certain special cases like today, they'll launch more, right? So they launched the Wilmington office. I think this is possibly the Nashville office, and I think the Atlanta office. All 3 launched special weather balloons today. You can see that on the right-hand side of the map. So the left side. Right now we're looking at Ohio, and this was about 18 UTC. So this was actually, I think, about what? So that's 4 hours. So that's 14. This was about 2 p.m. So this was about 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, and not much in terms of Cape. 67. Not much in terms of. I guess there is a good amount of helicity, to be honest. 211 and 286. Decent amount of shear. But what we've seen the past 2 hours is rapid recovery. Rapid recovery of the system. So I think that's why the SPC still is like, okay, this could be a big day. And Brittany asked, do you think the storms are going to come through the Cincinnati, Dayton area? And if so, how long until then? You know, I think so for Cincinnati and Dayton, you probably got at least an hour. And I'll look at that on radar in just a second. But you should have some time before those storms move through. But still, Cincinnati and Dayton are both in the moderate risk. All right, so before we get back to the radar, let's just go look. I want to take a look at the tornado watches. Now, to keep in mind, the tornado watches that we have, tornado watches are simply basically they're a watch and a warning are two very different things. A watch it basically means conditions are favorable for a tornado to form. A warning means the National Weather Service thinks a tornado might be on the ground. So watch is not as bad as a warning. That's always good to remember. You got your watch. We think there might be, the ingredients are there for tornadoes, but that doesn't mean they are there. A warning means this specific storm could have a tornado. It could be producing a tornado right now. So if we look on here, this was our first tornado watch that was issued. It was issued until 6 p.m. Central Time. And that was down here for Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana, Western Kentucky. I think it includes, let's see, what does it include? So it includes these counties in Illinois. So if you're in this tornado watch, this was issued early on today. And these storms are moving through right now. So looking at the next watch was issued actually, wow, high tornadoes, moderate EF2 tornadoes. That's pretty strong language. This was issued for central and eastern Kentucky. So really most of Kentucky is going to be under the gun right now. This was issued earlier today. Once again, this was issued at 1:25 Eastern. It goes until 8 p.m. But I think that actually was for the storms that moved through earlier. So we'll have to see if there's that risk is still there. All right, so this is the most current tornado tornado watch that was just issued. See, even us meteorologists can sometimes say the wrong phrasing. This was the current watch that was just issued. This was issued at 3:45 Eastern time. And sorry, I was getting a text. And yeah, it looks like we got a new tornado warning. All right, we'll get to that in just a second. So this is our first tornado warning of the day. It's in West Virginia. We are going to get to that in just 1 second. But this new tornado watch that was issued for southern and central Ohio, includes Dayton, it includes Columbus, it includes Cincinnati, it includes Louisville, it includes Bowling Green. And this is strong wording here, guys. High risk for tornadoes, moderate risk for EF2 tornadoes, severe wind and severe hail, both are high. That's a very, very strongly worded tornado watch. So if you live in any of those areas, this is starting to get real here. This is the National Weather Service saying they think there could be some strong storms in this area. All right, let's get to the radar now. Let's look at the tornado warning. I'm also going to bring in. I'm going to bring in Phil. Eric, where are you guys?
So we were just went from Scottsburg to Salem, Indiana, and we are now going to kind of start heading south towards Louisville, because I think things aren't ready to fire quite yet, and we don't want to get stuck, I guess, too far west. So we're going to try and jump on the interstate in Louisville and work our way towards Cincinnati. But we have been looking at, there was a cell that was for a while a thunderstorm warned near Paoli, Indiana, that was showing some rotation as well. So we were kind of waiting in Salem just a little bit, thinking that could be a play, but it's kind of died down. So we're going to work our way a little east to see if this thing ramps up a little more.
Okay. Yeah, and Phil, you were lagging a little bit there at the end, but we heard you there with moving towards. I think they're moving towards these cells here, just I think to the west of Cincinnati. So, and those are Phil. Those are starting to look pretty nasty on radar. And we just looked at the analysis, and they're starting to move into an area of pretty strong helicity, strong shear, and the actual parameters are starting to ramp up as well. So, all right, we'll keep Phil there. We'll keep his stream there. So let's get to the tornado warning. This is our first tornado warning of the stream. This isn't necessarily our first tornado warning of the day. There's been tornado warnings through this area, but this is in West Virginia. This is east of Charleston and south of Summersville. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning for southeastern Nichols County, northeastern Fayette County, and both in West Virginia. So this just goes to show you this is well outside of our moderate risk, and we're still getting tornado warnings. We're still getting possible tornadoes. So if we look on the velocity here, we've got some pretty strong winds pushing out of this, and right in here is kind of your broad rotation. Adjusting my camera. Right in here is your broad rotation. I don't see any incredibly concerning signs, but the fact that we've got some really strong winds here wrapping around this sucker, and then we've got some kind of lighter winds pushing in here. That's why the National Weather Service issued that tornado warning, because you've got some inflow, you've got some strong outflow wrapping around this. You could have a tornado warning with this storm, or you do have a tornado warning. You could have a tornado with this storm. And look at that. Okay, so the National Weather Service did just confirm this as a confirmed tornado. So this is our first. Of course, I really hope this isn't an omen for tonight, but our first tornado warning of the day that we've showed on stream is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It's a damaging tornado. So let's look at the correlation. Oh gosh, it looks like we might have a debris ball. So what are we looking at here? And I've got to still look and see if this is actually debris or not. But this is called the correlation coefficient, and this shows us basically if we see colors, if we see blue and yellows and greens surrounded by red, that could be an indication that there's debris in the air. And that's probably why they upgraded this to an observed tornado, I think. Let me see. Yeah, radar confirmed tornado. So this is exactly why they updated this to so sometimes the National Weather Service can get a call in that says, I've got a tornado here. and they see a picture. Sometimes they can look on radar and look when they see this debris. That's how they know, okay, this tornado, this storm is lofting houses, it's lofting cars, it's lofting trees into the air, and that's how we can tell. And if I look at the velocity here, I bet, yep. So that debris corresponds right where the strongest area of rotation is, which is just kind of updated on me. So if you live in Babcock, Nutterville, you aren't even in this warning, but this tornado is coming dangerously close to you. Snow Hill, Honey Falls, you guys need to get to your shelter right now, because this storm is packing a punch and it's moving right at you guys. Let's just put this thing in motion here to see. Wow, look at the last couple frames there. Yikes. Let's do this down to 14 so it's not so crazy. So this once again, we have the first tornado warning of the day is a confirmed tornado that it is on the ground or was on the ground, and it is moving northeast. Let's see, it's moving northeast, and this says it's moving east. This is moving east with a little bit of a north component at 45 miles an hour. So this thing is hauling ass. Let's put the timer on this thing and see. So it's going to be in Bruce in 8 minutes, Hominy Falls in 11 minutes, Carl in 13 minutes, Levi in 13 or 14 minutes, Odelltown 14 minutes, Grassy Falls 14 minutes, Lisle in 18 minutes, Jetsville in 20 minutes. If you're in any of those towns or surrounding any of those towns, please get to shelter, because this is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. We can tell it is lofting debris in the air. We can tell, oh gosh, that's right there. That's your debris. And that's why the National Weather Service made this a warning. Remind this an observed warning rather than just radar indicated. Oh gosh. All right, guys. Well, we got a new tornado warning. Hold on, I just gotta. Sorry, I'm just getting pinged by someone. But there's a new tornado warning headed right for Louisville. Wow. All right, we're going to look at this right in just a second. All right, so this new tornado warning was just issued. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. And this storm is moving east at 55 miles an hour, so moving incredibly fast. And it's moving toward Carefree Town. Wish I lived in that town. Carefree Town around 4:50 Eastern time. So this is going to be right on top of you in about 8 minutes. Cordion Town around 5 p.m. Eastern. Also, Oriole, Moberly, Fredona, Beechwood, White Cloud, Mount Pleasant, Fairdale, New Middletown, Sulphur, and Alton. All are in the path of this tornado, possibly this tornado producing storm. This is a lot like the storms that we looked at last night, where you have a big complex, you got winds pushing, but then you got winds starting to wrap around here. Not an incredibly strong signature just yet. And if we look on the correlation coefficient, not really a debris signature just yet. So that's good. But the National Weather Service is looking at this. They know the environment it's moving into. They see this notch here, and just updated in the latest radar frames. Let's see if we can get the velocity. But they see this notch here and they say, okay, when you see this on radar, this is a decent indication that there could be a tornado. So we've got a total of 2 tornado warnings now. And Louisville is going to have to keep a pretty close eye on this because this storm is headed right for you guys. So anyone in Louisville, Leavenworth, Cordion, you guys are in this tornado warning. Louisville's not in the tornado warning, but this storm is headed right for you. Let's get back to this tornado warning in West Virginia, just south of Summersville. Still showing pretty strong rotation here. Got winds coming here. Once again, green is going away. Red's going. So you've got winds. Sorry, green is coming towards. My bad. Red's going away. So here's your rotation right in there. So let's look at our correlation here. Okay, the good news is it doesn't look like there's as pronounced of a debris ball that there was. So that's the good news, but still, and they've changed this to a radar indicated tornado warning. So that's the good news. Is this tornado that was on the ground, that was looked to be confirmed on the ground, might have lifted, but it's still the fact that we had a confirmed tornado on the ground means take this seriously. Because it could be recycling. It still could be on the ground. The National Weather Service is just saying, we're not seeing as strong of a signal from this. We're not seeing the debris ball that we were seeing a couple minutes ago. But we still have a storm that we think could produce a tornado at any minute, or if not, is producing a tornado. Yeah, I know, Ray. We're working through that. I think Dan Wallace is our expert on that. So we'll give Dan a nice old hard time when he gets here. Just kidding. Jess says, mesoscale discussion 353 is specifically out for that West Virginia cell. Okay, let's look at that. Okay, so this is, it's kind of rare that you see a mesoscale discussion just for a storm, basically, but that's exactly what this is. So they're basically saying this supercell that we were just looking at, this supercell is the strongest storm you can get. Is they might need another watch because this storm is starting to move off to the east, which is pretty much almost outside of our severe risk area. But they're saying that they might need another watch for it, but they might not. So that's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye and see if they issue a watch for that. But still, a dangerous storm that did produce a tornado, a brief debris ball. So it did some damage. But doesn't look as intimidating on yikes. That doesn't look, never mind. See, like I said, these storms can change pretty quickly. This is a pretty strong signature of another tornado possibly forming here. These storms can sometimes recycle. These storms can sometimes go through. I mean, these storms are oftentimes cyclical, especially when they're supercells. So this storm, my guess, is starting to recycle, and it might be getting ready to drop another tornado. Yikes. So sometimes when I see this could actually be debris that was lofted from the previous tornado back in the storm. All right, we'll keep an eye on that storm. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to our other tornado warning. This storm is, once again, this is our other tornado warning, still radar indicated. So the National Weather Service hasn't No one's necessarily seen it yet, at least, and it's gotten to the National Weather Service's eyes yet. Still pretty ragged. Really not incredibly strong rotation, but if there would be a tornado, it'd be right in here. Whenever you look for storms like this, you're looking for little notches. Here's your little notch. So if there was a tornado, it'd be right in there. Chance P says, Jeff K sent me here. Welcome. Andrew Stegman says, should I go work out, Brady? You know, Stags, I don't think you should. We've had this conversation. My friends love to text me and ask me, should they go do things? Should they go, And the answer is usually no on days like today. I would just play it safe if I were you. We just dropped Phil. I think he might have lost connection. Fritz says he donated 1,000 V-Bucks to the stream. I don't think we do that, Fritz. V-Bucks, by the way, is Fortnite currency, I think. Right? I don't know. I haven't played that game in a long time. Wow. We have a lot of people here that were sent by Jeff K. So thank you, Jeff K, for sending all of these people here. Thank you, Janelle Cooper, for coming. All right. So for those that just joined the stream, we have a pretty strong and active day ahead of us. We have severe storms, a severe storm outbreak likely for really up and down the Ohio Valley. If I pull back our moderate risk to show you guys, where are we expecting the strongest storms? We're expecting the strongest storms in this moderate risk area. So Columbus, Cincinnati, Louisville, even I think Evansville is just out of it. Dayton, Ohio. You guys are all in this moderate risk for some very, very, very strong storms today. So we're expecting some very strong storms here in areas of Columbus, Louisville, and then even pushing down to Nashville, Bowling Green. I mean, even down into parts of Alabama. So if you live in any of those areas over the next several hours, we are expecting some very, very, very strong storms. And we already have, and let me just do a quick rundown of where the storms are currently. So right now, Central Ohio, not much in terms of storms. We've got this broken, jagged line moving your way, and it's starting to move into some pretty potent air. So that air that's moving into has got pretty strong shear, and it's got pretty strong helicity, which means these storms are going to rotate. Luke Wolford, what's up, Brady? When will Lewis Center be hit? We've got a couple hours. Anywhere from probably 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. is Columbus. That's when you're going to get these storms move through, and I'll be following them as they do. But currently, so we've got the storms right now are back in Indianapolis, just southeast of Indianapolis. You have this broken kind of line. It's still pretty ragged. These storms haven't organized, thankfully. This one did have a severe thunderstorm warning just southeast of Indianapolis. Just south of that, you've got several cells down here, just north of Louisville, east or west of Louisville. You've got your tornado warn cell down here. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning with some really strong winds with that cell. And this line extends all the way down into central and western Kentucky. And each one of these storms that we see here on Owensboro and Central City, just north of Central City, west of Leachfield, Kentucky, All of these are starting to move into some pretty potent air that could, is only going to cause these storms to start to rotate more. And we've got our third tornado warning of the day here that just came out. You can see this storm right here. This was the storm we were just looking at. If this is going to be an indication of how tonight's going to go, it's going to be a busy night. NetJet Molotov said the sun has been shining in Marysville and Delaware, Ohio for the past hour. Yeah, that's not good news. I did just get confirmation that Dan's going to join us shortly, so that's good for our sound effects. So we'll get those back ASAP. So sunshine is not good news because that means these storms are the sun heats up the surface and it destabilizes the atmosphere. So the more sunshine you get at the surface, the more energy these storms are going to have. If you think about a battery, right? Think about like, a solar panel or a battery charging. The more sun we get, the higher the charge is going to be, the more energy these storms are going to have. So we've got this line of storms that's about to cross in the northern part. It's about to cross the Ohio. It's about to cross the Ohio state line. Those storms are going to head up to northern central Ohio. We've got this area of storms that one has a tornado warning, one has a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to move through the Cincinnati metro area in about 30 minutes. And then that storm's going to, this complex is going to continue moving on to Columbus, Ohio. We've got a third complex of storms down here just to the west of Louisville. One has a tornado warning on it, which is moving right at Louisville. This complex of storms is going to move into northern Kentucky and southern Ohio. Then we've got this other complex of storms down here that is also going to move directly and have a little bit northern component on it, northeastern component. This is going to move into central Kentucky. All three of those areas, this is our big focal point for the activity that we're going to get over the next several hours. So let's take a look at this new tornado warning and see what we got here. And sorry, guys, this is we're getting a lot at once. So when I'm by myself, I will do my best to keep up with everything. If I don't, I'm sorry. I will try and get to all of your questions and comments as quickly as I can. Right now, I'm a one-man show. There's no one behind the scenes. It's all me doing all this stuff. So I will try my best to get to all your questions and comments. All right, so this looks pretty nasty. So this tornado warning right now, if I zoom out a little bit to show you where we are, it's about, let's see, this tornado warning right now is about 74 miles from downtown Cincinnati. I don't know why I picked that city, but just to give you a reference, it's about to move into Austin. This is not the feature you want to see. When you see this hook, this is a hook. This is a classic supercell structure, right? It's a comma shape, right? So you've got this. It almost looks like a comma. When you see that structure, that means this storm is a nasty storm that is rotating and could be producing a tornado as we speak. So let's look at the velocity here and just see what we got. Yikes. That is also not what you want to see. This is the first time I've looked at this. I should have gotten to this sooner. Just telling you right now, it's a radar indicated tornado warning based upon the line. But this right in here, that's a pretty nasty couplet. And once again, as a reminder, red is typically a target moving away from the radar, while green is moving towards the radar. So if you look at the radar over here, which radar are we on? Yikes, I just got lost. We are down here on the Louisville radar. So red, winds going away from the radar. Green, winds going towards the radar. There's your rotation right in there. So this is a pretty strong couplet, and you've even got a secondary area of rotation just to the north. So if you live in Crothersville, if you live in Austin, let me actually see let me see this tornado warning and see what it says. Northeast or northern Jefferson County, or northwestern Scott County, northeastern Washington County, all in Indiana. You guys are want to take shelter right now because this could be dropping a tornado. We actually have a couple of points that could be dropping a tornado at Crothersville, or just about to move into Austin, Indiana. Yeah, you don't like to see a comma shape. Ginger Ninja, you don't like to see that. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. Yeah, that's not, I don't like that. I really don't like that. When you see blue, some yellow, that could be debris. And let's look at this if it appears right where the notch is. Actually, it's a little bit behind here. We're going to bring Phil and Garrett back in. They are chasing some storms, so we will. Phil, how you doing?
We are good. So we are still heading towards Louisville. Not as crazy about that tornado warned storm south that's heading kind of towards Louisville.
Yeah.
Certainly, we were up in Seymour, Indiana, where that new tornado couplet, rotation couplets forming that you just pointed out. So we are going to book towards Louisville and then get on I-71 and head towards Cincinnati.
Yep.
In an attempt to maybe try and get up ahead of that. But we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, honestly, I think at least what I'm seeing, the Louisville one is more in a line. The one to your north, just like in Austin, I think that's Indiana. Yeah. Indiana, yeah. That right along High 65, that's got a little bit. It's a little bit more isolated. It's got I think just from the velocity scan that I'm seeing, there's a pretty strong mesocyclone that's developing here. We got really strong winds pushing into this, wrapping up this thing. We have strong winds, so it's still broad. So there might not be a tornado necessarily on the ground yet, but there could be a big one forming. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on this storm. Phil, have you seen a lot of chasers on the road?
Actually, when we stopped in Seymour, we ran into Connor Cuff, Freddie McKinney, some other chasers up there that were kind of hanging out in Seymour. But we opted to go a little bit further south, and then once we saw the Louisville storm, we thought that might be a play. So we kind of headed that way, and at this point, backtracking is not going to help us. But there could be more popping up between now and Ohio anyway. So I think we're still in good position.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you drive a little bit north, you're almost in the dead center of the moderate risk. So I looked at the Mesoanalysis, and the environment is pretty significantly recovering from the early activity. So I think really any of these storms could go tornadic and could go long track if they kind of get the right conditions. All right, we'll keep an eye on Phil and Garrett as they move north. So just for everyone that was watching, they were here on this storm just east, or they were moving towards this storm just west of Louisville. They then saw this other storm that we're looking at right now that looks very intimidating, just moving just to the north of Austin, and they're headed back towards that storm. So we'll follow them as they go and see if they can catch this storm or some of the storms to the north. But this storm right now still radar indicated. There's actually two separate warnings here. Both are radar indicated tornado warnings, and this still is looking pretty nasty. I mean, that is looking mean. Still, it hasn't. There's kind of a couple areas of rotation here down in Austin, here in Crawlersville. This is really trying to tighten up. So there may not be a tornado on the ground just yet, but you got your winds pushing around here. You've got really strong winds wrapping in here. So this is a pretty. I would not be surprised if there's. Oh, that's the latest frame. See how it kind of wrapped up there? That could be a developing tornado right as we speak. All right, let's bring in Greg. Greg, thanks for joining, brother.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully you got some good sleep last night after our stream that we did yesterday. I think we went a total of 8 hours. So
yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like there's gonna if there's no tornado on the ground right now, it's certainly potential for one right at Crothersville and Austin, both in Indiana.
Yep.
And these storms are basically heading in the direction of Cincinnati. Now, earlier on the models and looking at the Mesoanalysis, currently looking at the current Mesoanalysis of the Storm Prediction Center, I mean, if I could be anywhere on Earth right now, I think I'd want to be just east of Cincinnati in about an hour and a half, and I think that's where Phil and Garrett are on their way to right now.
Yeah, they are. They were trying to get to this Louisville storm, but now they're pivoting. Yeah, if you live in Cincinnati right now and you're tuning into the stream, this is your first warning. There's no tornado warning for Cincinnati, but this is me giving you guys a heads up and saying there's a really nasty developing supercell off about I think it was about 70 miles last time I checked. It's about 70 miles away. Yeah, about 70 miles away from Cincinnati right now. This is moving right at you guys. And
the thing is, Brady, it may not be this cell that we're looking at by the time we get east of Cincinnati. It may be a completely new cell that's developed.
100%.
Yeah, and as you can see out in front of that line of storms, you've actually got some cells developing out in that warm sector, and that is the area that you had said earlier. It's been moistening throughout the afternoon. It's been getting richer with that with the dew points going up and the temperatures going up, and obviously right in the heart of that 15% hatch zone from the Storm Prediction Center. So be real interesting to see. I'm looking at the correlation coefficient right now. If you want to pull that up on the current warned storm. There doesn't seem to be much there that's indicating, a tornado on the ground, but certainly there is a potential for it based on the velocity signature on that, and obviously for the Storm Prediction Center or on the NWS to issue two warnings on that same storm is pretty significant.
Yep, and we can't obviously show it, but I do. There is a storm chaser feed that I just saw. There is a wall cloud with this. So wall cloud means, what does that mean? Wall cloud is basically a where tornadoes spawn from, right? It's an area. If we look at the velocity, it is, well, yikes, but the wall cloud would be right in here, and the actual entire wall cloud is this rotating air mass, right? So a lot of times you'll have these supercells will have a wall cloud. It's a lowering. It almost looks like what you see when you see a big line of storms coming at you, but it's in the wrong spot, and it's kind of by itself. And what that usually symbolizes is you actually see the entire cloud spinning in a counterclockwise circle generally, and oftentimes that's what you get your big tornadoes from. That's what you get most of your tornadoes from, is these wall clouds. So when meteorologists, when we say, hey, we've got a wall cloud, or we see a wall cloud, that's a first sign of a possible developing tornado. So the fact that I see one with this storm means there could be a tornado that's trying to develop right now.
And the tornado warning on the storm that was west of Louisville has now been dropped. There is still a tornado warning actually way over in West Virginia. There's actually a tornado warning still in effect on that storm, and it looked pretty significant. A really weird looking storm, but the couplet did look good. I don't know if you guys had looked at that before I got
Oh
on
my
here, but
gosh. Yeah,
yeah,
no, we
exactly.
had it had this one had a debris ball about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, it did. Hey, okay,
So
yeah,
yeah, there was a
yeah.
confirmed tornado that was on the ground.
Any
I
communities in this path? I mean, that to me looks like a pull up the correlation coefficient on that one as well.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's
a little bit.
it's significant. Yep.
But I mean, when we see this, this is pretty. This
Yeah,
is about as strong of a couple. I mean, not as strong of a couple. This is a pretty strong couplet. So
yeah.
I think you could definitely have a tour. And granted, this is far away from the radar, so this is a little bit higher up in the storm. But still, I think you could have potentially a tornado that's on the ground with this thing. I mean, it's pretty strong rotation to have.
Yeah. Agreed.
So let's look at the warning itself and see some of the areas that are impacted by this. Because if you do live in these areas, treat this like there is a tornado on the ground. We're looking at the radar and we're saying, okay, there possibly could be. It looks like on radar there's a pretty strong signature, and I think that there might be one on the ground. And so if you live in Leonard Beartown State Park in West Virginia. This is 8 miles south of Richmond, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So the storm is moving really fast. It's moving east, and it looks like it could be dropping a tornado. So if you live in any of those areas, this looks like a little bit more rural. Leonard, Loveridge, you guys are in the path of this thing. You guys are in the warning. But if you live in any of those areas, there could be a tornado that's on the ground.
What's the closest community there, Brady?
Just looking at this map, it's Leonard and Loveridge. I think Loveridge. Interesting name for a town, Loveridge.
I mean that whole area looks looks pretty treed.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't look like a particularly high population density, but
no, but still strong couplet, very strong couplet. Once again, red's going away, green's going towards. This looks a little bit more broad in this frame, but still rotating storm that did produce a tornado. So, it did produce a tornado 30 minutes ago. So I would take this still very seriously. Looks like we got a new tornado warning. Dan's going to be joining us soon, so we'll get those sound effects. But looks like this is a new tornado warning. I think this was just issued. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of tornado warnings. We'll get back to that cell just south or just north.
So this new one is in Tennessee.
It is.
Yeah.
It's northwest of Knoxville. About 20 miles, it looks like, northwest of Knoxville.
Wow.
Let me see if I can find, that's the rest of the radar. Yikes.
Yeah, that's a nice couplet there as well.
Yep.
Doesn't look like a huge storm, but as we know, with this low level helicity being as strong as it is, upwards of 400 in some of these areas, it kind of makes sense that even though you don't have the biggest storms, these might not be going up to 50, 60,000 feet in the atmosphere, and they might not have a lot of coverage, but at that low level, there's so much spin in that lower level that's why we're getting those early tornado warnings out of seemingly relatively small storms.
Yep. Yep. This is a little bit far away from the radar, but once again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. Northern Morgan County, southwestern Campbell County, central Scott County, all in East Tennessee. You're all underneath of this warning. Huntsville and Helenwood, Tennessee, around 5:25 p.m. Eastern time. This storm is going to be right on top of you. So just to rehash, we have a total of 5 tornado warnings. And let me update our graphic here. This is a busy start, Greg. Our first tornado warning that we did was a debris ball that we had.
Yep.
Our next tornado warning was going towards a populated area. And let me just zoom out to see where we got our. Okay, so we got one down here, northwest of Knoxville. We just looked at that. This tornado here, that tornado warning was just extended. So really, it's 2 warnings, but it's for the same storm. That's that. So we just looked at. And then we've got 2 separate tornado warnings for this cell, just about 60 miles southwest of Cincinnati, south of Columbus, Indiana. Let's take a look at this again. Yikes. Okay, so they have upgraded this to an observed tornado, which means this someone, and let's just see whether it was storm spotters. Okay, law enforcement confirmed tornado. Anytime we see,
and that's on our target storm near Louisville.
Yep. No, this is just
the one.
north,
okay, the one north of Louisville. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
This would be a great time to mention, Brady. Anybody who's watching on YouTube, if you want to get in on the conversation, we can see comments rolling through. We'll try to get many of those up as possible. If you have any questions or things you think we're missing, add it into the comments as well. If you visit stormfrontfreaks.com and you go to the Outbreak tab, on the right-hand side of the screen and at the bottom of the screen, there is a link where you can actually record an audio message to us, and you can add a comment. We'll play it live on the air. And again, if you think you're seeing something that we should know about, send us an audio message using that tool, or you can leave your message in the comments on the YouTube stream as well. Also, if you're a storm chaser and you're out chasing today, and you get this message from a friend, we'd be thrilled to get your stream on our feed. And so if you want to email us or send us a message, and you can email phil@stormfrontfreaks.com, and we can try to get your feed up on our. We'll try to get your feed up onto our stream. So, Brady, thanks for throwing that up there. Again, you can see on the right side of the screen, when you click the send message button, you see the start recording, and you click on that, and literally you can send us an audio recording, which we will get in real time. And if it's relevant and not just asking for a phone number or something like that, we can.
If it's my phone number, Greg,
I hear you. So, Brady, let's do a quick update on tornado warnings.
Yep. Okay.
We've got one in Tennessee. We've got a couple now in West Virginia. I suspect that's on the same storm. We've got 3 now tornado warnings in Indiana. Can we verify, Brady? Are those all on the same?
It's all on the same.
It's all on the same storm.
It's all on the same storm. We're playing Tetris a little bit here. It looks like at the National Weather Service, we've got a couple of different jigsaw-looking tornado warnings, but this is the National Weather Service is saying right now we've got an observed tornado on the ground that's moving, just moved through Deputy, Indiana right now. It's about to be in Lancaster. It's on your doorstep. Middle Fork, Bellevue, Bryantsville, Cannon, Ringwald, Manville. You're a little bit to the south of this, but you're still in this tornado warning, and they've extended this tornado warning all the way. I mean, this is I think indicative about today, how strong today is going to be. But they've issued this tornado warning 27 miles in front of where the tornado is right now. So that's a pretty strong indication from the National Weather Service, basically saying, hey, we know this storm is moving into an area of incredible parameters. So there's nothing that's going to stop this from continuing. That's not saying this tornado is going to stay on the ground for that whole time, but the National Weather Service is saying we want to get the word out as quickly or as far out as we can, because this storm is producing a tornado, possibly a damaging, dangerous tornado, and it's going to be moving into these areas in about 10 to 20 minutes.
Brady, can we check in with Phil and Garrett and find out where they're at?
Yeah, Phil, Garrett, where are you guys?
I have to push. I'm trying to push the unmute button while my hand's jerking up and down. I hit some bumps.
Hey, why doesn't Garrett do it? We got to have Garrett do it.
That's true. We're on I-71, just left Louisville a little bit ago. Brady, I did share my location with you on your iPhone,
Yeah.
so you
Yeah.
can track me on that as well. But we're heading towards Cincinnati. We're about to go through a couple little rain showers here in front of us, but the goal is just kind of to get to the Cincinnati area and kind of let this still come to us. I think it's still working its magic a little bit, build up a little bit.
Brady, can you pull up a question from Ginga Ninja or Ginja Ninja?
Ginger Ninja.
Ginger Ninja, that makes a bit
Yeah.
more sense. How fast can tornadoes move on the ground? Fastest tornado ever recorded on the ground happened on back in 2014 outside of Wakefield, Nebraska. Was moving at around 90 miles per hour ground speed,
Oh.
point A to point B.
Are you
The
kidding
ones today, if there's a tornado in this storm, likely moving, I believe, Brady, right now around 45 miles per hour. Is that what we established?
Yeah, this storm, it's oh my god, moving east at 60 miles an hour.
I think this thing
Uh,
is cranking. It's rocking. So it's moving a lot faster even than we had originally determined, and that's not a great sign for Brady and Phil, considering that they're trying to essentially blast to get out in front of this storm before it gets to Cincinnati. And if you think about the storm is moving, or this tornado is moving generally in the let's call it 55 to 60 miles per hour. So Phil's going to have to be driving 70 or 80 miles per hour just to make up any time on it. So hopefully they can.
That's what he's
And
saying, Greg.
I know what you're saying. I know, Phil, that you're capable of doing it. I'm just saying that it's it'll be a bit of a challenge to get back out in front of it. But yeah. So and when we get out to the plains during,
I will say though, Greg, I'll interrupt you and say I don't know that that's necessarily going to be the only storm out of this system still.
Yeah, no, I agree, Phil. We were actually just saying that it's not that necessarily that you're trying to get to this particular storm. It may be something that develops in the next hour and a half or something like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But when we get out to the plains, this is for Ginger Ninja. When we get out to the plains, and you're looking at those late spring, May tornado events, generally they're not going to be moving as fast as these ones are today. Sometimes you end up with a tornado that's moving quite slowly. It can maybe move 5 or 10 miles an hour, as opposed to these ones that are screaming at 55 to 60 miles per hour.
Yep. And if we look at the CC here, it doesn't look like there's incredibly.
Yeah, but I mean that does look like a lot of debris out there, and that could be hail. But that definitely does look like something, and it does correlate with where the updraft of that storm is. So
yeah, that's well, yeah, you're right. It's either debris that's being lofted or it's hail, and it kind of corresponds with this area, which is
more likely hail.
More likely hail, but still, I mean, the fact that we have a confirmed tornado that is or was on the ground means that could have been it. Most likely went over areas of Deputy, possibly Parker Station, Hilltown. And so if it did hit something, that debris could still actually be in that storm. Sometimes you get these powerful tornadoes that the debris rains down for miles and miles and miles. So. Jake Harris says, "Man, look at that Captain Hook ridgeline." I'm not sure what that means. That would actually be my brother, and I'm not sure what he's saying there. So, Jake, I'm putting you on warning, Jake. If you have another stupid comment like that, I'm not going to show you again. So, just kidding. Just kidding. We love all comments here, so don't be afraid to make silly comments unless we don't like inappropriate. Now, Greg, what I'm really wondering is, look, what about anyone that's here? Are they just
they're not getting
a tornado warning?
Let's head back down to that Tennessee storm northwest of Knoxville. Let's take a look at that one again, Brady.
Okay.
That's the most recent of the current tornado warnings. And let's pull that one up here.
Yeah, look. The shape of it is. I mean, it's far enough away from the radar where it doesn't necessarily have a classic supercell shape, at least with the comma. But I mean, looking at the velocity, yikes.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely rotation in there, and I wonder, is this radar indicated or is it
Radar indicated, yeah.
It's radar indicated. Okay, so
Yep, this is radar indicated. So you've got, once again, red's going towards, green going. Wait, oh my god, I always get confused.
So red's moving away on that screen, and
Yep.
green and blue are moving towards.
So what that means is we've got these winds that are really wrapping around here. So here's your couplet right in here, moving right over top of Midway, just to the north of Sunbright. So when you see these kind of this kind of signature, there could be a tornado that's possibly on the ground or one forming as we speak. And
That doesn't look good.
Yeah, the correlation coefficient doesn't look good. This could be some noise. This could be some hail. I mean, that does kind of correspond with where the actually not in that scan. Yeah, yikes! Look at that down by Midway. That was right where we saw that strong rotation.
Yeah.
That could be a debris ball right there, folks. Right in here. So that means that this tornado possibly is on the ground. It did some damage, and that is what the radar's picking up, is the damage that was done. Maybe that this is lofted into the storm. These could be trees, these could be homes, these could be cars, all that were lofted into the storm from the tornado.
Brady, I'm going to get you to switch back to Louisville radar. The storm that's currently at Louisville, the one that was earlier tornado warned and had the tornado warning dropped. If you zoom in on that now, right at Louisville. Yeah, keep going right in there. Yep. Switch over to the Louisville. There we go.
Yikes.
So you can see, and actually, if you check out the velocity scan as well, it wouldn't be surprising to me that this is a situation where this storm is reorganizing. It's cycling back up, and as you can see, we got that little inflow notch. We've got some obvious rotation happening here. And it looks like the rotation right now is over top of, you've got it right in there. That kind of, what interstate is that crossing there?
Interstate 65.
Yeah.
And
so
265 as well.
65, 265, and it wouldn't surprise me to see it. And then actually the new scan just came in, and it's even ramping up. And if you check out the reflectivity, you can see that notch really developing. That's to my eye, on a day like today, that's the first indicator that you've got a developing updraft that's going to include a tornado. And it wouldn't surprise me at all to see we get a tornado warning on this storm in the next couple of scans, next couple of minutes.
Yeah, Greg, I completely agree. I think that there could, I mean, like Greg had said, I would not be surprised if in a little bit we get a tornado warning for this storm. We've got this inflow here. We've got the storm starting to wrap up around here. I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning. So if you're in any of these areas in northern Louisville, Watson, Beachland Beach. Hopefully it looks like there's double beach there. River Bluff, Hillcrest, River Ridge. You guys are on the edge of a severe thunderstorm warning, so you do have a nasty storm coming for you. But what Greg and I are seeing is we're seeing some lightning pick up with this little notch, and this could be a developing rotating updraft, possibly the start of a tornado here just north of Louisville.
Brady, I'm going to interrupt you again here. If we go to the north storm now, they've added a fourth now tornado warning box. And if you go to the couplet,
this is insane.
Go to the velocity couplet now. It almost looks like we may have a potential for twin tornadoes here at the moment.
Wow.
And if you pull up the velocity scan here, will see.
Let's get it close to the radar. Hold on.
I think Louisville might be the closest one on here.
You're right.
And you can see it. To me, it looks like there's a couple right there, and then possibly one right there. Yeah, you nailed them. Now, could be one that's occluding, meaning that it's kind of finishing off, and a new one developing. But it does definitely look like we have two distinct areas of rotation there, and that is the specific area where they just issued this new tornado warning, and. So that obviously we will keep watch on that. Did it say about what that most recent one? Did it say anything about a confirmed tornado?
They're all three of these tornadoes. First of
Four.
all, I don't think I've ever. No, I think there's five. There's one here. There's one here. There's one here. There's one here. I mean, all five of these tornadoes. Sorry guys, this is hilarious.
Actually, I think you're right. There are in fact five there. So
there's 5 tornado warnings for this one storm, and all 5 of them are observed. So this is
okay. So we have a definite tornado, and look at that last scan. That's a classic indicator of a tornado right there. So
yeah, I think we had, Greg, I think to your point, we had an old tornado that was occluding and a new one that was forming just to the north. And sometimes actually when you have that happen, the new tornado that forms can actually be stronger than the previous one. So this is a nasty, nasty, nasty storm that's moving Cincinnati's way. Right now, though, it is Middle Fork, Bellevue, Bryansburg, you're all in the path of this possible tornado that the National Weather Service is saying is on the ground. It is an observed tornado that is or was on the ground. It was at 5:26 Eastern time. So this was 3 minutes ago. There was a confirmed tornado that was located 9 miles northwest of Madison, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this was confirmed by law enforcement. So that means a police officer actually saw this tornado on the ground. So if you live in any of these areas, and let's go ahead and time it out when it's going to be in your area. So this is 45 miles an hour.
yeah, and so that 45 miles an hour, Brady, that's actually a little bit slower than what the previous message was. So I think in generally we can say somewhere in that 45 to 50 miles per hour range. It makes a lot more sense than 60 miles per hour. But what's interesting about the path of this tornado is the National Weather Service is saying, or the discussion was saying, moving northeast. But you can see that these warning boxes are actually all, in fact, the most recent one was due east. And so it almost maybe feels like it's riding a little bit of that warm front boundary here, and maybe more east northeast rather than northeast. And it almost seems like that on those last couple scans on the loop, that they're moving east rather than that northeast direction.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Greg. And oftentimes when you have these tornadoes that do develop, they can make a hard right turn. And that's why, if you're directly east of this thing, and let me just get some of the towns that this is moving towards, and I'm going to make a little bit of more of an eastward component, and let's just say it's 50 just to be safe. If you are in Bellevue, this is going to be on your doorstep in 7 minutes. Bryansburg, 7 minutes. Cannon, 12 minutes. Barbersville, 13 minutes. Pleasant, 19 minutes. Cross Plain, 19 minutes. Evenburg, 20 minutes. So if you live in any of those areas, if you're within this warning, take this very seriously. This has or had a tornado on the ground about 6 minutes ago. So this, and looking at the velocity, this is still a very strong rotation here. This is a little bit more of a broad couplet. So it might be recycling, but there still could be a tornado on the ground with this storm. And if there is, you guys need to get to your tornado shelter right now.
Brady, go back to the reflectivity for a second.
Okay.
I think we can all agree this is an ugly looking storm. Like this is not your classic supercell structure that we would expect to see. There's a lot of cloud debris, storm debris, convective, nonsense you can see to the southwest of it. It just doesn't have that classic thunderstorm look. But if you go back down to the one near Louisville, it really does have that appearance of a classic supercell, more so. But that one is not currently tornado warned. But you can see that on the velocity scan. I mean, definitely you got that yin yang kind of look. Again, I'm just a little bit surprised we haven't seen a tornado warning on that storm. I suspect I suspect after seeing that scan that it's coming pretty soon.
Yeah, I would agree. And even the severe thunderstorm warning they put out for this storm, first of all, they extended it like 20 miles, which
Yeah.
means this is a bad storm. Second of all, they do say a tornado is possible. So the National Weather Service is clearly watching this storm, watching it very carefully. And I would not be surprised if they did not issue a tornado warning in the next 10 minutes on this.
Yeah. Now, do we still have Garrett and Phil on board?
They are. They're actually. Let me add them to the stage right now. It looks like they're driving through their corp. It looks like they're punching through some core.
So,
right
you know, for Phil, if you're listening to us, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look at the radar, but you may consider, I don't know how far up 71 you are, and I know our goal is to get you to Cincinnati, but the bird in the hand here, you've got a potentially tornadic storm moving on the north side, moving east northeast out of Louisville, heading towards your position. There might be, he's not going to want to hear this.
No, he's not going to want to hear this.
There might be
all.
some value in heading back towards Louisville if he's currently on 71.
So yeah, I think yeah, he's currently on 71. Phil is right here driving through this storm. So
yeah.
So I think that Phil's trying to swing up and catch this storm right here. So we're Phil, I think. Well, I mean, both are good targets, and you probably don't want to turn. I mean, the last thing you want to hear is the turnaround. I still think this storm pushing into Cincinnati is. I don't know.
If you go, Brady, if you go to the Louisville storm and pull up the recent velocity scan again, you can see that that yin yang look.
There it is.
Oh, there it is, right there. As we were saying it, there's the tornado warning right now. So, Brady, just draw the circle where we would expect the tornado to be right now. It'd be north of what is that? What interstate is that? That it's just north of.
That's just north of State Route 265.
265. Okay.
Yep.
So we got a tornado warning now, guys, on this storm that's at Louisville. In my mind, this is the scariest one at the moment for a couple reasons.
Oh, gosh.
Obviously, it looks
Actually,
great
Greg,
on.
We just got a PDS tornado in Tennessee.
Yeah.
So, but hold on, let's stay with this because look at this. Yeah.
In Tennessee, okay. Yeah.
But let's look at this because look at this last radar scan. You're right. This is bad.
And that part of Louisville that it's going through right now, this is kind of the north section on north side of 265. And look at the current couplet. Pull up the correlation coefficient there, Brady. It might not hit it. It might not even hit it yet, just because I think this tornado just developed. But let's quickly, Brady. Let's quickly head down to Tennessee and let's check out this PDS. PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. And let's see what communities we have in the path of this storm right now. Generally, a PDS is not going to get issued unless we've got a community in the path.
Yeah, a PDS is basically the highest warning a tornado can get.
And we're sure this is on the Tennessee storm?
Yeah. Oh, look at that. 100%. There's your debris ball. So we've got a debris ball for this storm, this PDS warned tornado.
There it is.
PDS warning. Once again, you are in a life-threatening situation. This is the highest level of tornado warning that you can get. Huntsville, Tennessee. This is going to be right on your doorstep in about 7 minutes. This storm is a damaging tornado. It's radar confirmed, but we can look at the radar and say, okay, this has got a debris ball. This is right where the rotation is. This is right in the middle of the red. And what we can say by this is debris that's being lofted into the air. This is trees. This is cars. This is everything that a tornado can pick up. And this storm is a dangerous, dangerous storm. So let's time this out for some of these communities here and just see. I think this storm is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So it's moving a little bit slower than the other storms that we have. And if I would time this out here, this is going to be in Hugott's in 4 minutes, Slick Rock in 4 minutes, Cordell in 11 minutes, Norma in 18 minutes, Montgomery in 20 minutes. Other towns that are in the path are Pioneer, Buckeye, Turley, Terry Creek, and Titus. If you're in the path of this tornado, if you're in any of those towns, or if you're surrounding any of those towns, you need to get to shelter right now because this tornado is on the ground. It's doing damage, and this is the highest level of tornado warning that we can get.
Brady, let's. I know we got a PDS here, but let's get back to Louisville. Louisville, unfortunately, much more population where the tornado in Louisville is currently situated. So let's take a look at that one again.
Yikes!
And let's see how we're making out.
That could be that could be noise. That could be noise in here. That also could be, just pulling in air.
Wow, that's a strong couplet, though. I'd have a hard time believing that we don't have a tornado on the ground there.
Yeah, there's a pretty good chance that there. Phil, if you're just watching, we have this tornado warning cell that's just to the northeast of Louisville.
Hello?
Yeah, we can now.
So here's my question, because I'm catching that couplet back by Louisville as well. We are in Campbellsburg.
Okay.
We just finally got through this freaking rain we've been driving with since Louisville, but I'm thinking of pulling over at the next option and heading back towards that. What do you think?
Where are you, Phil? Where's your what's the closest town or community?
Campbellsburg is just south of us.
There's Campbellsburg. So.
Oh man, yeah, I would if I was you. I would.
The problem though is by the time he heads south, Greg, this storm might already be passed.
I don't think so. I think he can get there.
It's moving.
But you may not want to be on the interstate, Phil. If you guys are at Campbellsburg, if you head south on go down 421 and then the 55 to Eminence, or you blast back on 71 down to LaGrange.
Yeah, I was thinking of just blasting back down 71.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, yeah. So Phil, right now,
LaGrange would be right in the path of this thing.
This tornado warning was just updated to a PDS. We have two current PDS tornado warnings. The highest level of tornado warning you can get, else than a tornado emergency.
Phil.
Yeah.
If you can get to LaGrange, get to LaGrange.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna.
How far? That's only about a 15-minute drive, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're about 15-minute drive.
Garrett's looking for our next turnoff. When we can get off of 60 or 71.
Yeah, I will say, just Greg,
it's only
looking
about
at
16 miles from us.
Okay, so get there, and there is a south option out of LaGrange. You can get on 53 south of LaGrange, and that way, if it does hit LaGrange or is in that area, and you need a south option, there are south options out of LaGrange.
Yeah, just looking at the latest scans, Greg, I think it might just skirt the southern edge of LaGrange or just go south of LaGrange, maybe just a little bit south. And once again, this tornado warning that we're looking at, that Phil is driving towards, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado, is on the ground. Emergency management confirmed the tornado, right? This is a PDS tornado warning. There is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. It's going to be in Prospect around 5:45, so it's right on.
I think it's in Prospect now.
Yep, LaGrange. It's going to be about 10 minutes to LaGrange, so 5:55. So if you're in LaGrange,
Buckner.
Yep, LaGrange, Buckner. What other towns?
Park Lane is there. Anyone in the vicinity of Glen Oaks Country Club, you should be underground right now. Looks like there's a few golf clubs in the area. Sleepy Hollow Golf Course.
There's your
Park
ball.
Lane. Wow, look, the couple, it looks pretty intense right now.
Yeah. So this is a very, very, very dangerous storm. This frame's a little bit behind. I think this is the previous frame, but if you're in LaGrange right now, we have
moving.
It is hauling ass. So Phil, please.
You actually look you actually might be right, Brady, that it might go south of Lagrange.
Yeah, it looks like it's taking a little. It's I mean it's moving.
Yeah, Phil might have to get off of the interstate a little before Lagrange. I'm just going to look at some south options for him.
Yeah.
Um,
While Greg is doing that, we're going to come right back to this Lagrange cell because this is a PDS tornado warning. I would take a look at the other PDS tornado warning that we have down just northwest of Knoxville. Let's take a look and see if this storm is still producing possibly a tornado. Yep, still's got a pretty strong couplet here. The couplet is right in here. If there's a tornado, it would be moving right across, just crossing State Route 30 or 63. Still an observed tornado, still a PDS tornado warning. So we have 2 active PDS tornado warnings right now. The public did confirm this tornado. So let's look at the correlation coefficient. Not as strong of a signature. There could be some debris in here. So that's possibly some good news.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Campbell County in East Tennessee, southeastern Scott County in East Tennessee.
So that is our latest tornado warning, and so we finally got the sound effects working. So thank you, Dan, for that. So this is that same storm that we're looking at right now. They just extended this tornado warning, and yikes. This new tornado warning is a PDS tornado warning. So they extended this PDS tornado warning into, let's see what areas it is. It's for Campbell County, southeastern Scott County, and East Tennessee until 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground. It's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour.
Wow, that's hauling.
So if you're on Interstate 75 between mile markers 138 and 161, you have a large and extremely dangerous tornado coming right at you. Get to shelter right now. Let's time this out, and then we're going to go right back to the storm that Phil is on. And Greg, you can let me know if you find anything. But let's just time this out real quick.
Yeah. So if I don't know if Phil can hear us. Can he hear us?
Yeah, he can.
Phil, if you can hear us,
yeah, I can hear you.
You're not going to be able to get to. You're not going to be able to get to Lagrange.
We're not looping back to Lagrange. We're heading south.
Which highway are you on?
Castle. Right now, Kentucky 389.
Kentucky 389.
We are near Worthville, Kentucky. At what point does this head?
Kentucky?
South.
Yeah, he's in Kentucky. This is not the cell we're looking at right now is in Tennessee. So let's look at the one that's in.
We're headed southeast towards Worthville, Kentucky. On Kentucky 389.
Oh, I see where you're at.
Yeah, so he's trying to make it down here. Which is smart. So this is the storm that Phil and Garrett are chasing. Yeah, this is the storm that Phil and Garrett are chasing. This storm we got two PDS tornado warnings right now, I believe. We'll have to check back in on this tornado warning. Another cell's about to move into northern parts of Cincinnati. We're going to need to check on that in just a second as well. I know we've got some people in Cincinnati. But right now, the PDS tornado warning that we have is moving just south of Lagrange. It's about to be in Brownsboro, Kentucky. And this storm still is a very, very, very dangerous storm. I mean, this is just a really, really, really strong. It looks like it might be recycling, Greg, but I mean, just a really, really strong, broad area of rotation that could drop a tornado, or if it's not already dropping a tornado right now.
How far till we can do that?
And yeah, Brady, that storm down in Tennessee, did you see the new warning box that they put out? They've actually really increased the size of that warning box.
I did, yeah. That whole warning is a PDS tornado warning. So I'm going to go right back to that storm. Let's get back to let me just quickly look at these two storms moving into Cincinnati, just double check and make sure we're not missing anything here. So we still have we've got a pretty nasty storm moving into northern parts of Cincinnati, severe thunderstorm warned, possible tornado. So this is not warned for a tornado just yet. But if you live in Fairfield, Springdale, the northern suburbs of Cincinnati. We have a nasty storm that could be trying to wrap up and develop some rotation. And it still doesn't. I mean, it's pretty broad. The tornado warning to your south, to your guys southwest, still is a radar indicated tornado warning. That doesn't look as impressive. It's still a nasty storm, but that storm does not look like. Well, I mean, we're going to have to keep an eye on it, right? Because we've got the info notch here. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you pull up Brenna Johnson's comment? Do you think it's going to hit Lewis Center?
Let's see. Brenna Johnson, do we think it's going to hit Lewis Center directly? So Lewis Center, we still have got time before these storms hit. You've probably got about 30, probably an hour, maybe a little bit more to these storms. And I guess the good news is we've got this storm here that's pushing to the north. These storms here might go to the south, so you might get split in Columbus. There's no necessarily imminent danger yet, but these storms are cranking and they're moving towards central Ohio. So we'll have to keep an eye on them as they do. These storms are going to once again start to move into a pretty potent area of high helicity. So Lewis Center, you definitely aren't out of the gun just yet. B Gangster Romance said, "Hey Brady, my wife is going to trivia night in Cincinnati around 7. Should she risk it or should she stay home?" To be honest, we've got some pretty dangerous storms headed your way in Cincinnati. If it were me, I would stay home. I wouldn't risk it, especially on a day like today.
Brady, let's go back to the Louisville storm for a minute. If you look at that warning box is now essentially heading due east. So that one's going to be, it kind of looks actually to be heading towards, well, obviously, well south of Cincinnati, the south storm. But yeah, Eminence, I think, would be the next, major or larger community in the path. And what I'm looking for here is to find out exactly where Phil and Garrett are. And based on their earlier comments, I think they're going to be heading over to sort of that area, Gratz. It looks like Gratz is in the... let me just see if I can pull it up here.
I've got Phil's location right now. Phil is just south of Worthsville. So
just
Phil
south
is
of Worthsville?
Right here.
Trying to make it towards Newcastle and then Pendleton.
To Newcastle, perfect.
Yeah, and then we're heading down.
Got it. So Phil's here. They're trying to make it here.
So Garrett, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So how long do you estimate before you're in Eminence?
Oh my gosh. Could we pull up? I wonder if we could pull up any. Greg, I wonder if you could pull up, or you could see if you can find any cameras around there. Or Dan, I don't know if Dan's in the background, but there are some traffic cameras in the Grange. It looks like that could be showing this possible tornado.
Let's see if there's a Turner Station Road here.
All right. So while Phil and Garrett are figuring this out. Right now, just to update everyone, we have a total of 4 active tornado warnings. 2 are particularly, I think they actually just, so this is no longer a PDS tornado warning. It's still a confirmed tornado. So there's the National Weather Service is still thinking there is a tornado on the ground. This storm is just to the south of LaGrange. It's about to move through LaGrange, Ballardsville, Jericho. You guys are right in the immediate danger for this storm. Smithfield, you're right on the edge of this warning, but this storm is headed right for you. Eminence eventually as well. Newcastle, you guys are not in any warnings, but this storm is a dangerous storm, is headed right towards you right now. So start making your preparations. I would expect this storm to continue to rotate and possibly produce tornadoes as it moves off to the east. Now we have a second tornado warning, and actually they just extended. Looks like they just extended this. Or no, this is the extended one that was made a little bit ago, and this is still an observed tornado, a particularly dangerous situation. This is in northern Tennessee, right to the north, almost due north of Knoxville. right north of Lafayette, Tennessee. Elk Valley, Buckeye. This tornado warned storm is right on top of you, and I think this velocity is an old. No, it's not. That velocity is not old. Well, maybe 1 or 2 frames, but still a very, very strong kind of elongated couplet here that does indicate that there could be a tornado that's currently on the ground.
And it's about to cross, what is that, US 75?
It's about to cross US 75. Buckeye, Titus, you guys are right in the way, in the direct impact of this storm. If it's not on top of you already, Elk Valley, you're going to get a lot of hail from this. In assuming that the tornado might just go just south of you guys, but Habersham, Stinking Creek, Cotulla, Fincastle, you guys are all in this PDS tornado warning.
It looks like the couplet at Lagrange is right over top Lagrange now, Brady, on the Louisville storm. However, it's definitely not organized like it was previously, and it may be going through a process of cycling where it's lost its energy. That energy gets cut off by the downdraft. That cool downdraft comes down, cuts off the inflow, but the storm's still going. It ends up recycling again a few minutes later further downstream, and so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out over the next few frames. But right at the moment, it does not look like there's any imminent tornado danger at the moment, at least based on radar. And we'll just keep following it over the next few frames. Brady, if you can slide up to the northern storm, it also appears to be kind of in the same area of limbo. Clearly, there's still rotation, and there's a couplet, and there's still a tornado warning on that storm. But again, in the same way, it currently does not feel, at least, or look right at the moment like it's at super high risk for a tornado at the moment.
Yeah, so this is that storm. This is our most northward tornado warning that we have currently. And right now, this tornado warning is going to expire in 5 minutes. They did extend this severe thunderstorm warning into downtown Cincinnati, and they indicated that we could have some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible. So the National Weather Service still thinks that this storm could, as it moves to the east, could kind of redevelop and recycle. Right now, it doesn't look. The rotation doesn't look incredibly strong, like Greg had said, but that could change as this thing pushes off to the east and kind of skirts along the southern part of Cincinnati. This other cell up here, just north, moving into Fairfield, you guys are going to get hit pretty hard with some hail, with some rain, with some lightning. Just looking at the velocity, there's a pretty strong.
Has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for Henry County in central Kentucky.
All right, so that's a new tornado warning that we just got in for Henry County and central Kentucky. So we'll jump to that storm right now. But just really quickly, this storm that we're showing about to move into Fairfield and northern parts of Cincinnati had some pretty strong winds. It doesn't look it has strong rotation just yet. There's some other cells that we're going to need to watch that are moving. I mean, this cell in Lebanon looks like it's starting to show some signs, some curvature signs, and the SPC actually just issued a mesoscale discussion for this area. So we'll look at that in just a second. So these storms that are moving into Ohio looks like they could be nasty, and I think this new tornado warning that we had, Greg, is just it's an extension of the Lagrange tornado warning that was issued.
Yeah, and Brady, the northern storm, the storm that's moving towards Cincinnati right now, they have not reissued the tornado warning on that storm. They have extended severe thunderstorm warning, though. And yes, you're right, it is an extension. The new tornado warning is an extension. It moves from Lagrange through Eminence, Newcastle, over to Monterey and Gratz. Quick update, Brady, on the mesoscale discussion. from a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Potential for multiple discrete supercells and attendant tornadoes is increasing along an axis from southwest Ohio into central Kentucky and northern middle Tennessee. So, again, that's all part of the current tornado watch. It's a mesoscale discussion for that particular tornado watch.
Yep, and just like what we saw, Greg, they're basically saying a lot of this line, a lot of these cells within this line, they've developed some mid-level rotation. So we've seen that with several of these cells where they're starting to rotate, and clouds ahead of these storms are thinning. If I look out my window, I think I actually see some sunshine here in Columbus. So this area out in front of these storms is a potent atmosphere. So as these storms continue to push off to the east, I would not be surprised if they continue to produce tornadoes as they move into that area. I do want to check the SPC reports real quick, and then we'll get right back to the radar. Let me see. So far today, we've had 4 tornadoes confirmed. I think these ones up in. I think this was from way earlier. I don't think that was. Yeah.
One of those is from West Virginia, I believe.
Yeah, one of them is from West Virginia, right along the Ohio River. That was that complex they came through early this morning. Right. And then we have this report here, which is, I believe, the tornado emergency that's the PDS tornado warning that's still ongoing in Tennessee. So there was a confirmed tornado for that.
Brady, let's go back to the Lagrange radar image. And if you go to the velocity signature, you'll see that our couplet has really redeveloped over the last 2 scans. And I would expect that we probably have basically a new wall cloud that's developed and a fairly significant rotation showing up there again. So that will be something I think at the moment, something to keep an eye on. It looks like the storm northwest of Knoxville, Tennessee, which did have a PDS warning on it, appears to have weakened somewhat, at least again in the same way. It looks like the couplet has moderated a little bit. Again, it might be just going through the same process that the storm that we're watching up near Louisville is going through as well. But definitely these storms are, they're interesting to look at. There's probably interesting to look at on the ground. And let's check in with Garrett and Phil and find out where they're at. Garrett and Phil, can you guys hear us?
They've dropped.
I
have not.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got their real time location, and
how close are they to Newcastle or Eminence?
It looks like they're about maybe 5 miles, I think, from Newcastle.
Ooh,
maybe
boy.
2 miles.
Oh boy. Okay.
They're just east of Campbellsburg.
East of Campbellsburg.
Yeah, so they're right here.
Oh, if they're just east of Campbellsburg, that must be out of date. Are you sure that's updated?
Wait a second. I think there might be a second Campbellsburg. Wait a second. Yeah, that might be out of date. You're right.
Because this storm is essentially this couplet. Wow, and it has again intensified on the last scan, and it appears to be moving right towards the town of Newcastle. And so if this does continue to ramp up over the next couple of scans, next few minutes, Newcastle could be in for some trouble. Just pulling it up on Google Maps, and it's not a huge community, but there's a lot of, obviously it looks like an agricultural area, and you almost can't put a pin in the map anywhere here without being next to somebody's home. So obviously more people than you want. Henry High School is in the path. You've got
Greg. I think we have a debris ball with this.
And if you look at the latest scan too, Brady, you can really see that couplet has ramped up again as it's moving into Newcastle.
Yeah, I think we've got a debris ball with this storm. It's about to move into Newcastle. And I mean, just looking at the the correlation coefficient. Yep, there it is, right there. So we've got a debris
Yeah.
ball with this. That means a pretty good indication that there is a tornado on the ground, doing damage. And this is just to the west of Newcastle. So if you're in Newcastle, you need to get to shelter right now, because this is a tornado that's most likely on the ground, headed right for you in Newcastle.
Anywhere
Newcastle,
along,
Kentucky.
anywhere along Kentucky 146, heading into Newcastle, and there's a lot of homes and businesses and farms along Highway 146. But this storm and this tornado is literally going to be moving right down 146 from the west, directly into Newcastle. And as we can see on this most recent scan, has really intensified. And I suspect, if no tornado, it's just a matter of a few minutes, and we'll have one. Based on what it's doing right now, and the previous history of this storm producing large tornado.
Yeah, I could pretty confidently say, looking at this scan, Greg, I think there's a tornado that's on the ground. I mean, just seeing the debris.
There's the debris ball too.
100%. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
100% a debris ball. And it's moving. It's going to be in Newcastle, pretty much probably
Yeah.
about anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. Bethlehem in 12 minutes. Franklinton in 13 minutes. Slabtown in 16 minutes. Lockport in 19 minutes. This is a dangerous storm, most likely a tornado on the ground, pushing to the east. This is going to be rain wrapped, so you're not going to see this coming.
Yeah.
100%. You're not going to see this coming.
Brady, just hold that image right there, and flip back and forth between the reflectivity, and you can see where the debris ball is, where the tornado would be, is really embedded deep into the rain. I mean, there's going to be a lot of rain out in front of it. North side, south side. So this would be a very, very difficult thing to see, and may not feel that dangerous if you're along 146 or in Newcastle, but I promise you this is nothing to be taken lightly.
No, yeah, I completely agree. This is I would expect. Yep, they just updated this tornado warning to a radar conformed tornado. The National Weather Service is seeing exact. It's really neat when the National Weather Service does that. It's like they're pros, right? They always.
The Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
That looks like an
Tornado
extension.
warning for Owen
It is.
County in northern Kentucky.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is for Owen County in northern Kentucky. Owenton, you're in this new tornado warning. The National Weather Service had looked at this, and they've seen what we've seen, and they basically can tell, okay, based on velocities, based upon the correlation coefficient, they see, oh geez, look at that.
Look at that. That's what we call a debris ball, folks. That's as distinct as it gets on radar.
Yep, that is. So if you are in Newcastle right now, if you know someone in Newcastle, you need to be getting to your shelter right now. This is a confirmed, extremely dangerous tornado that's moving, about to be in Newcastle.
And
Once
it's
again,
currently on 146. It looks like there's Next Gen Farms, Farm Equipment Sales and Services, Union Baptist Church, Landmore Browning Family Cemeteries in that area as well. Anything along Kentucky Western is a looks like an industrial complex, also along 146. But there's all sorts of businesses and communities in that path as it moves into Newcastle in the next 60 seconds to 2 minutes.
And this tornado right now is on the ground. It's moving right across the Grange Road, about to cross Campbellsburg Road, South Property Road, Drennan Road. All of those roads are in the direct path of this tornado. So if you live near or on one of those roads, if you live in the town of Newcastle, I want you guys right now to get to tornado shelters. You need to be going right now. You need to be going yesterday, because this tornado is on the ground. It's doing damage, and it's headed right for you. It is a nasty, nasty, nasty tornado that has a debris signature.
Any chance that we have Phil or Garrett available?
We don't.
No. Okay, because
right now their confirmed location. I mean, it almost looks like they're stuck, or they've run out, or they're out of internet. Because it still says they're east of Campbellsburg, northeast of Eminence. So right now, at least from what I'm seeing, they are. Where is Eminence? Yeah,
I hope they're not in Newcastle.
They are wow. They're like right in here.
Where's that?
So this is just east of
I see.
Campbellsburg.
Yeah, again, I wish I knew how updated that was, but
it's saying it's live. It is saying it's live. So they are just north of this where this would-be tornado is. Phil and gosh, it just updated.
Garrett.
Yes. Phil and Garrett, if you guys can hear us, please be really careful with this. This is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It's doing damage. It's moving through Newcastle right now.
Yeah, it's right. It's essentially over top of Newcastle this second.
Yep, and it's moving into Owen County, I think was the county in Kentucky. So once again, confirmed tornado on the ground with this thing. Velocity, yeah.
Yeah, the velocity scan is pretty impressive.
Good news is the debris ball doesn't look as pronounced. I still think there's a tornado on the ground with this thing. And just kind of going back to these cells to the north, this is a pretty gnarly cell moving into Cincinnati. Some of these cells up in Ohio are starting to look a little meaner. We're going to have to watch a lot of these cells as they continue to move off to the east. No tornado warnings with these yet, just severe thunderstorm warnings, which is the good news for now. Let's look right back down to this. Our still a PDS tornado warning on this cell down in.
Yeah, the Knoxville tornado, the storm that's northwest of Knoxville, the couplet has ramped up again. Certainly not as tight as it was earlier, but obviously there's still a PDS tornado warning.
Yep. Let me look at see if there's any debris with this. Okay, that's the good news. This is still a very, very dangerous storm that has a history of producing a tornado. So, National Weather Service continues to revise this. Habersham, if you live there, White Oak, Egan, Clarefield, this dangerous storm is about to be right on top of you, and it very well could, if not is, producing a tornado.
It looks like the storm at Newcastle, Kentucky, has weakened again. The couplet on radar does not seem to have the same level of intensity as it did a few minutes ago, so that's good.
Yeah, and if we look at the debris, that looks like the debris signatures weakened too. Thankfully, there still could be a tornado on the ground with this thing. And we got Dan and Garrett back. Looks like they're having some connection issues. It looks like Dan and Garrett are driving.
Phil and Garrett.
Yeah, sorry about that. Phil and Garrett are driving. My brain's broken. Phil and Garrett are driving. Looks like through some rain right now. Phil and Garrett, where are you guys right now? I've got you on tracker. You're just east. Are you about to cross the what is it? The river there, the Kentucky River.
Yeah, we're running alongside and trying to get to Garrett or Grant.
What was that? What town are you guys trying to get to?
Gratz. They're trying to get to Gratz.
Okay, got it.
Gratz, Kentucky.
Got it.
About 4 miles from it.
All right, be careful with this thing.
That looks like a good position, guys. I think by the time it gets there, it will have redeveloped. It's weakened again. The couplet's weakened again at the moment, but I think by the time it gets to you, if the history of this storm is anything to go on, it may redevelop by the time it gets to the river.
Yeah,
hey,
so we're
Brady,
gonna have
I'll let you at this point. I'll let you control our mute button. So
yep, we'll do.
Have to mute and then mute. Just
I got it.
Us if you don't want us. Thanks.
Great, we'll do. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so Phil, their current position, just looking on the GPS that I have, they are basically moving, I believe, along this road towards Gratz. I think they're like right here. So they're, I think, maybe about 2 miles away from Gratz. So they're going to try and get into position for this tornado. Please be safe, Phil and Garrett, because there was a confirmed tornado on the ground with this thing. There was a debris ball. It looks like that tornado might have briefly.
So are they on Kentucky 22? Brady?
They are on. Let's see, they're on
About
River
looking
Road, 389.
389. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're right.
389?
They're moving right along. They're moving right along this road here,
Yeah,
and
we'll
they're
be taking
almost
a
to
left on
Gratz.
the 22.
And looks like they just got out of the rain, which means they are.
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll
Just
put us on 22 when we get off of there.
yeah, be really careful here, guys, because this is most likely a if there is a tornado on the ground, it's most likely rain wrapped. This scan is definitely old. But if there is a tornado on the ground, it's most likely wrapped in rain. It did produce some damage just before Newcastle, but it's looking a little bit less mean right now in terms of velocity. It looks like it's kind of recycling, like Greg said.
So, Brady, if you go up to the storm that's moving into Cincinnati, that was our original storm, and you'll see it's fairly far away from the Louisville radar station. So I'm going to switch over to Cincinnati here.
Yep.
And let's look at that storm. And you know what? It's actually looking really nice structure-wise. The one that's moving into Cincinnati right now.
Yep.
And also the stuff that's in between Cincinnati and your home in Columbus is really also developing real quickly into something that they're currently all severe warned. Everything in that vicinity between Cincinnati and Columbus is all severe warned. And so that's also something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on these on all these storms because as they move, as they move into this area of incredibly strong helicity, incredibly and really strengthening conditions here, any of these storms could pick up on that and could produce some pretty significant tornadoes. So I know we have some people in here in Cincinnati. And I think we have some people in Hamilton. Hamilton, you just had a pretty nasty storm move through you guys. I know we had Chris Pennington ask about Hamilton. You guys had just a nasty storm. You're gonna have to keep an eye on this storm out here that has just kind of developed just in the past couple of
The
frames.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for Central Kenton County in northern Kentucky, Central Campbell County in northern Kentucky, Central Boone County in northern Kentucky.
Great. So that
that's that storm we were just talking about moving into Cincinnati. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a storm that Greg had just brought us to. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is just to the south of Cincinnati. Looks like it's going to stay to the south of the Ohio River, but this is a dangerous storm. It's moving, about to be in Union, Kentucky, about to be in Independence, Kentucky, Florence, Kentucky, Ryland Heights, Taylor Mill, and Highland Heights and Cold Spring. You guys are all in this tornado warning. This is once again a radar indicated tornado warning for Central Kenton County, Central Campbell County, and Central Boone County. And this is once again a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. That just means that we don't necessarily, we don't have enough information to say it's on the ground, but this is a dangerous storm. And looking at the velocity here, it's got a broad area of rotation. Got really, really strong winds getting sucked into this thing, and then we've got some winds on the backside pushing this way. So if there is going to be a tornado.
And Brady, just to reiterate here, what we're looking at, Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky International Airport is in that area of Kentucky. This is, essentially suburban or metro Cincinnati. So even though we're saying Kentucky, just because of the happenstance of where the river goes, you got Kentucky on the south side of the river and Cincinnati on the, or I should say, Ohio on the north side of the river. So this is essentially moving through Cincinnati right now. And the next warning box on this storm will be on the Ohio side, sort of in southeast Cincinnati metro.
Yep. And those that are in like the northern suburbs of Cincinnati, reading Blue Ash Springdale, that severe thunderstorm warning you have is actually a different storm. But if you're in southern, if you're in downtown Cincinnati and in the area just to the south, We have a dangerous storm that's moving into your area. The tornado warning is just right now, at least south of the Ohio River at this point. It will cross probably the Ohio River as it pushes to the east. If we zoom out, right along the border. But this is a dangerous storm. It's isolated from the rest, so it's a supercell storm. And this is going to be moving just to the south. At least the tornado warning is just to the south of the Northern Kentucky Cincinnati International Airport.
Yeah. So I mean, even though it looks as though this tornado warning will pass south of the airport, I suspect there's a full ground stop there at the moment, and probably people are being asked to seek shelter. And it's interesting, the warning box, the tornado warning box, appears to be, I think, a little bit further south than it needs to be. The couplet on this storm actually appears to be portion of it on one side of the warning box and a portion on the north side. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning issued just to make up for that small discrepancy in position.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Greg, and especially because this storm is starting to lift. I mean, the couplet right now looks like here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
it's starting to. I mean, this storm is starting to lift actually out of this box.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I would just because you're not in the tornado. I mean, Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. This could, if this takes a little bit of a left turn, this is going to come right at you. So even if you're outside of that warning box that we currently have, even if you're outside of this warning, you're still going to be hearing the tornado sirens. Take this seriously because this storm is starting to move into an area of high helicity, high shear, and high cape. So that all those three ingredients are ingredients for strong and long track tornadoes. So once again, this has got it's forming a supercell. It's looking pretty nasty. It's really starting to organize. Look at the tail on this starting to wrap up here.
That's what I was just looking at, and you'll see that that's feeding in. Right, this is what we call the flanking line. This is the convection on the south and southwest side of this storm, and that's feeding into that storm and just adding extra energy. And as it's moving into Cincinnati Metro, to have that occurring right at this moment is I think probably a worst case scenario. Again, the couplet doesn't look the most intense at the moment, but let's go back to Garrett and Phil right now.
Wow.
Who are it looks like the couplet on that storm at Gratz has actually redeveloped as expected.
They're in Gratz.
They're in Gratz.
They're in Gratz right now.
So is the tornado, if there is a tornado on the ground. So let's can we get them on? Can we hear what they're having to tell us?
Yeah. So hey, Phil, I've got you on. We've got you on this storm. You're almost into Gratz. Looks like that couplet that we're looking at with that storm, it's starting to redevelop.
Yeah, we're heading actually. We're in Lockport. We're heading to Lockport. We're trying to go south because that couplet was coming right at us at Gertz. And so we're taking River Road south. And we're getting a little bit out of the rain, but
yeah, so they're right here, guys. For everyone watching.
What road are they on? What road are they on?
River Road. We are
River
south
Road.
of Gratz.
389.
On 389.
Yeah, they are right. So they are basically.
Like we're right there, guys.
Yeah, they are just south of Gratz, like right in here. Here's your couplet, right? Here's your couplet. If there would be a tornado, it's just off to their west. So guys, please be careful because if there is a tornado, that once again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning at this point, but it still has a pretty. It looks like a little bit broad air rotation, but it's moving right on top of them right now as we speak.
A lot of rain bands. Might be right behind us at this point.
So it looks like they're getting. I mean, they're about to be right in the heart of this. Phil, yeah, just be careful because this thing is right on top of you guys.
Be careful. He's literally driving towards a tornado.
What am I supposed to say?
Hail.
Okay, so the good news is the storm that Phil that we're seeing on screen right now. It does not look
Right,
like it
but
has a
if you
debris ball.
look
So that's
where
it.
the
That's at
couple is
least
back.
the good news is it doesn't look like there's a debris ball with this thing. The rotation, it looks like it's broadened up a little bit. But with these storms, oftentimes it'll go through and recycle. There's nothing to this storm south. There's nothing stopping this storm from pulling in this low level jet that's developing. So I don't see this storm quitting anytime soon. And even if there isn't a tornado on the ground with this thing, it's still a very, very dangerous storm.
Brady, let's go back to Cincinnati if we can for a minute. While we let Garrett and Phil, we'll keep them on screen. Here we go.
Tornado warning 4.
Tornado warning for northwestern Claiborne County in East Tennessee, northeastern Campbell County in East Tennessee.
Yeah, so that tornado warning is that same cell that we've had the PDS tornado warning for. It's a radar indicated, still a very dangerous storm, but it is a radar indicated tornado warning at this point. So that's the good news. That means that the National Weather Service, thinks there's a possibility of a tornado, but there might not be a tornado on the ground, which is good news because that storm had a confirmed tornado just about 20 minutes ago. But let's head back to Cincinnati, and let's just check out these couple of storms. I do while we're moving back to Cincinnati, I do quickly want to pull this onto the screen, and actually let me switch the view here. Let me pull this onto the screen here. So the Storm Prediction Center did issue this was about 8 minutes ago, a mesoscale discussion for Central Ohio, basically saying that they're going to need to continue the existing tornado watch, possibly even extend it a little bit to the east. This includes Central Ohio. This includes Cincinnati. This includes Southern Ohio. They're as these storms move off to the east, there's already supercells that have a history of producing tornadoes. They're going to continue to produce possibly produce tornadoes as they move across Southern Ohio. So we're going to really need to keep and they just and maybe we'll look at the sounding a little bit, but this sounding that was done by the National Weather Service in Wilmington it has a uncapped, moderately unstable with low level shear, favorable for tornadoes and some strong tornadoes. So this environment is absolutely primed that these storms are moving into. So any supercell that can stay together as it crosses and moves into Ohio is going to need to be watched for possible tornado development.
Brady, do we have any idea where these guys are now?
Yeah, so yikes. Oh my goodness. So these guys they're stuck. If you can see right now, they are stuck on a road. It looks like a tree is blocking their road. It was a tree down. We can't confirm whether or not that was from a tornado, but looks like there's a person with a boat in front of them, and there's a giant tree looks like that's blocking the road.
Let's unmute Phil. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, this guy's got a chain. He's going to pull it back.
So Phil, looks.
We
go ahead, Phil.
basically turned around. So we were heading to Lockport. We got far enough south that we were going to. We were south of the couplet, so I felt confident enough to at least turn around and head back towards Gratz, so we could try and get east. And then we hit this. So we were probably a minute from this happening when we were going the other way.
Wow. Phil, can you tell, does it look like straight line? Like are all the trees in the same direction? Or they it looks like they're kind of.
It's one. There's only one tree.
Okay.
And there's some kind of, there's power lines above it that are fine. So it was really just one tree.
Wow.
And can you get back to Gratz?
We're working. We got to wait till this happens. But yeah, as soon as he moves this tree, that's the plan.
Yeah. So they're here. It looks like they are right here, right to the south of Gratz. The storm is kind of pushing off to their east. Still has a tornado warning.
Yeah.
Still has a tornado warning on it.
Yeah. Right.
Doesn't have as impressive velocity signature, but still is a dangerous storm and we're gonna have to watch. Honestly, Phil, if you can hear us, there's a storm to your south that actually is looking
Yeah, I was just going to
stopped the
say
movement.
that, Phil, if you're open to suggestion here, I don't think you're ever getting back out in front of this thing or getting to the storm at Cincinnati. But
No,
you've got a storm that's currently at Louisville, which you guys are actually sitting in the severe warning box for it. It's heading towards Eminence, and it's ramping up quickly, and it's obviously in the best region for tornadoes for this evening. So it might do you better to head
no,
back
yep, new target.
southwest.
That's
Yeah.
our new target.
Yep, that's smart. So they're basically, for everyone watching right now, they are here, just to the south of Gratz. Instead of trying to catch this storm right here, they're going to push down and try and catch this storm down here, because this storm actually kind of looks like it's starting to head and starting to get that little bit of a shape, and I bet in the next couple of frames we'll see kind of a little bit of a jut out by this storm, a little bit of a nose here, a little bit of a I think this storm is starting to wrap up, and so that's Phil and Garrett's new target.
Yeah.
So Phil and Garrett, we'll stay with you as you go. We'll keep you on. If you guys see anything else, let us know. We'll keep your camera on, but definitely stay safe. It looks like they ran into a down tree from that storm that was tornado warned. It's no longer tornado warned, but still a dangerous storm with some strong winds.
Brady, let's go back to while we're letting them reposition. Let's go back to Knoxville and that extended tornado warning, which is up in northeast Tennessee, crossing now into. Looks like the storm is actually crossing into Kentucky. Is that Kentucky or is that? Yeah, that's Kentucky still.
Kentucky.
Yep. So let's head back to that storm for a moment.
Yeah, so this has got a pretty broad area of rotation. It's got some areas, I think, of sub-rotation in there. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. This was the storm that had a PDS tornado warning for a long time.
They've now issued a severe warning on the Kentucky side.
Got it. Yeah. So and
That
they are
just
indicating
popped
a
up.
tornado possible with this thing. But that's basically them saying, okay, this is a dangerous storm, could be producing a tornado. Looks pretty ragged right now. I think it's probably recycling and trying to figure itself
And
out.
they've dropped the tornado warning on the Gratz storm in Kentucky.
Yep. And let me go ahead and update that, because we have a total right now of 2 tornado warnings, 2 active tornado warnings, 1 down here in Tennessee, about to push into Kentucky. The second tornado warning, which I want to go back to that right now, is for the southern side of Cincinnati. And we got a comment here of someone in Hamilton County, Cincinnati, with the sirens are sounding. I think Hamilton County is on the north side of Cincinnati, but still, this is a dangerous storm.
All right, guys, we got blocked by another tree. Sorry.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Let's pull them up on screen, Phil.
Yeah, I got it.
We're going to have to find a different route.
Yikes. That's a big tree, Phil.
Yeah, it's still hooked up at the top of the hillside, too. There ain't no moving it. It broke it at the base.
Oh, my gosh.
So we got to go back to the lock.
So regardless of whether or not there was a tornado with this, there's some pretty strong winds that knocked down some pretty big trees, which could be. You could actually see this on the SPC reports if Phil calls this in, which could actually be.
Phil, are you guys on Highway 22?
Yes.
Okay. And how close are you to Bethlehem?
I don't know. However close Bethlehem is to Highway 22. I don't know. I don't know. Couldn't tell
They're
you.
just to the south. They're just to the south west of Gratz.
It's the guy.
If I can, Greg, they're basically right. They're basically right here.
You're keeping busy today. I'll pull that away. You gonna try it? All right.
Wow. So it looks like the same guy who, wow. So the same guy who got the tree out of the way on the first road is now getting the tree out of the way on the second road. That is a true American right there.
We'll try. Should we wait?
It's the boat guy.
Whatever you
Yep.
want to do, but
Ginger Ninja says it's the return of the boat. That is true.
Grab it on that end, he may be able to break it.
Get it out.
Boat guy is back.
You know,
All right, so we'll come back. We'll come back to them in a second, or we'll leave them up on the screen for now. The storm in Cincinnati, Brandon Sauter, is no longer tornado warned. So they've dropped the tornado warning actually for that storm in Cincinnati. There's only one active tornado warning, and that's in Tennessee. Still a dangerous storm moving through Cincinnati right now.
So, Phil, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah,
Can you guys get to 570? That's terrible chasing there, though. If you got to get
been terrible chasing ever since we got off 71.
Yeah, if you're on 22, if you can get down to 421 junction, you should be far enough south, or even to Eminence, and you get down to 55. But I mean, that storm's hauling. I don't know how long it's going to take to move this tree for you guys.
Hey, I believe in this guy. This guy's a pro.
He just cut it. He just ripped it down.
He's pulling it with a boat attached. He's backing up, so it's even better. So,
wow, this guy's a true American right there.
but I would say that this tree is basically right in line above where the one down below was, in all honesty, given the distance we traveled to loop around and come up.
Yeah, we're up the hill from where that first tree was down.
So, Garrett, can you tell on your map? Like, I can't really see where you guys are. How far away are you from Eminence?
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Let me see.
Tornado warning for North Central Allen County in South Central Kentucky, Central Warren County in South Central Kentucky, West Central Barron County in South Central Kentucky, Southeastern Edmonson County in South Central Kentucky.
So that there was just a new tornado warning that was just issued. It's just south of Bowling Green, Kentucky. So there's a new tornado warning that was just issued. It's a radar indicated tornado warning just south of Bowling Green, Kentucky. And I'll pull that up on the velocity in just a second to check that out.
I see that storm. That's a good looking storm.
It is. It's all by itself.
Yeah.
It's all by itself, and it is moving once again, moving in a really potent environment. It's right on top of Woodburn, Kentucky, and this is moving to the northeast at about, let's see, it's moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So let's just look at the correlation coefficient. So no real debris just yet with this thing, but it's all by itself in a highly sheared, high helicity environment. I would not be surprised if this is producing or will produce a tornado that could be on the ground, or if not, is imminent. Yeah, look at that latest frame. Really, really picking up. The inflow on this thing is really starting to pick up. That's sometimes a sign of a developing tornado. As the tornado starts to develop, it starts really pulling in and sucking in air, and then the winds on the backside start to wrap around, and that's when you get your tornado. Let's check back in with Garrett and Phil. What do we got going on now, Garrett and Phil?
Well, we're free of the tree, but we're trying to figure out if there's really anything right here where we're at that's worth going after.
Where are you guys? Can you tell us exactly where you are?
So we are just southwest of Gratz.
They're right here, Greg. They are right here.
Can you guys get to 55 south of Eminence? Can you get to Eminence?
Well, I've got us plugged into Eminence now. Yeah, but
we're about 15 miles from
here. Yeah, we're 15 miles from Eminence.
Well, if you can get at least, can you get to Bethlehem? How about Bethlehem?
We're on Bethlehem Road, so I'm assuming this will probably lead us that way.
Yeah. So if you got to get, you guys have to get a little bit south,
No,
and if you
we're
can
not
stay
going.
on.
Oh no, we got some more issues ahead, but it looks like they've got a chainsaw.
Boat Guy. Phil, you're behind Boat Guy. He's going to get you through this. People in the chat are loving Boat Guy. Jess, Ginger Ninja, the return of the boat. Andrew Johnson, you can always trust the guy with the boat. I'm telling you, this guy, Eric Gray, that guy is going fishing no matter what. You are right. He is getting to his fishing hole no matter what. He is ready to roll.
We would have to.
Jess is wondering, hey, Phil, Jess is wondering where he was boating earlier. You should ask him where he was boating.
Okay, so Phil and Garrett,
go.
Once this is cleared up, here's what's happening. This storm that you're on right now is not tornado warned yet, but you guys are kind of in the path of it, and it's going to overtake unless you can get south, and you really do need to get south. But in behind it, south of Louisville, currently, 2 cells just popped up that are out in clear air on their own.
Yeah, I see them.
And yeah, that's the ones. Yeah. Now they're also in line with that storm that's coming up from Bowling Green, which is also currently tornado warned. I think what you guys need to do is if you can get south of this storm that you're in right now and get to, kind of like maybe even back a little bit east to Lexington area and watch those guys as they come and then position.
Thank you.
And then position along that highway for stuff that's going to cross, because clearly, if you're in the woods like you are right now, you're going to be in going through this all day.
Greg, never doubt Boat Guy.
So south, just can't get us southeast. You know what? I can plug that in. Sure, that'll get us.
Tell you what. We need to get this guy's license plate, Phil. We need to send him some Stormfront Freaks gear because he has saved the days. He has saved the date twice now. He is a fan favorite of the chat. They love Boat Guy. Nick loves boat. Nick, why do you want to move the boat? Boat Guy saved us. Look at him. He's setting the pace for Phil too. He's saying, "Let's drive. Let's giddy up." I agree with Ginger Ninja. Follow Boat Guy to the end of the world, Phil. Wherever he goes, he's going to find the damage.
Just an update on warnings as well, guys. The current only tornado warning is the storm that's a couple hours south of you, out at Bowling Green, Kentucky, is the only current tornado warning. We've got cells that are popping up right now near Radcliffe, also to your southwest. All of these are moving northeast towards you, up towards the Lexington area. So if we can get you guys, somehow we can get you navigated to get south of that storm, and you can actually see that clear air out underneath this storm, Brady, right in front of those guys. And if they can get down at least to that interstate, looks like that is Interstate 64. If you guys can get somehow down to Interstate 64, that would be ideal. No. What do we got now?
I don't know. All I know is that I think we've lost Boat Guy. We've lost Boat Guy. Oh no.
Boat Guy's going the wrong way now.
Oh no.
We got to go back the way we came.
That's okay. Hey, Boat Guy's delivered on a lot of things. Okay, we can't also count on him to storm chase as well.
Roads suck up here.
All right. We also looks like we got a happy birthday, Sean, sending celebratory tornadoes your way in about an hour. I don't think we want to send tornadoes anyone's way, but happy birthday, Sean, to you. We could get some storms up in Lewis Center this evening. It looks like most of the storms are to the south and west. But still, it's long. We've got a long ways to go before this evening is over. So You're not necessarily out of the woods yet, but happy birthday, Sean.
So do we know where these guys are going now? Phil, where are you guys going?
We are heading towards Lexington. We're heading in that direction.
Okay, perfect. What highway are you on?
We're back on the same one we were on, 22. Yep, 22.
Heading towards Bethlehem?
Yes.
Perfect.
The roads are
All right, so let's go ahead and pull back up the radar and let's just show what we've got cooking right now. So in total, like Greg was saying, we have 1 tornado warning, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 flash flood warnings, and 2 special weather statements. The majority of the severe thunderstorm warnings are in Kentucky. We've got a pretty nasty cell moving through Cincinnati right now that we're going to have to keep an eye on. This just moved through downtown Cincinnati. This has got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Winds to 60 miles an hour. We've got some storms up just about to move across Wilmington, Ohio. And we also have some storms that are starting to lift into Columbus. And you can see these storms are moving this way. These storms are moving this way. So that's clear that there's a very strong low-level jet that's pushing these things to the north. I think if you're in downtown Columbus, you are about to get some pretty strong storms. These don't necessarily look incredibly tornadic at this point, so that's good news. We'll have to keep an eye on them, but at this point, there isn't necessarily an immediate threat for downtown Columbus or even areas to the north. Now, our biggest threat right now is down in Bowling Green. This is our only tornado warning currently, and this is for this isolated cell just to the southeast of Bowling Green. It's a radar-indicated tornado warning for north central Allen County, central Warren County, west central Barron County, and southeastern Edmonson County in central Kentucky. And if you look at the velocity here, not that strong of a couplet, but still, today we've seen couplets like this, and we've seen tornadoes produce from less. So we've got some really strong inflow here. We've got some outflow, or we've got the actual storm itself, the downdraft. And so if there is a tornado, it would be right in here. In the meantime, too, we have a nasty cell, a couple of nasty severe thunderstorm warnings just off to the north. One moving towards Rosine. One moving just to the east of Louisville. This is that storm that Phil and Dan are trying to chase, and they're trying to catch up to this. It's looking a little ragged on the last radar scan. Not as organized. This whole line kind of looks ragged, so it's starting to try to recycle. Probably the most, outside of the Bowling Green storm, the most organized storm, looking like the most dangerous storm outside of the tornado warning storm is this one, just pushing to the east of Cincinnati. And if we look at the velocity, it's got an area of broad rotation here, not necessarily tight rotation just yet. That's why there's no tornado warning on this. But still, it's a nasty storm, a lot of lightning. We've got some hail with this, and it's pushing to the east, northeast at about, let's see, I think this is like 45 miles an hour. No, 50 miles an hour. So this is moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. As this storm moves into this area of this low-level jet that's screaming out of the south, this storm could wrap up into a dangerous storm, dangerous tornado pretty quickly. B Gangsta Romance says Stormcat 4 is reporting with boots on the ground sent to you. Stormcat 5, it's crazy here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Yep, so Cincinnati just got absolutely hammered with this storm. Luckily, that storm is pushing off to your east. Ninja said a comma shape. Yeah, this is a supercell right here. It's not as pronounced as the previous one that we saw, but still a nasty storm that just moved through Cincinnati. and it's about to get noisy here in southern Columbus. Not necessarily seeing an extreme tornado threat. We'll have to keep an eye on this storm up here just to the north of Dayton. But southern, it generally looks like we could, North Columbus looks like it might have dodged a bullet. We're not out of the woods yet, but a lot of these storms, a lot of the dangerous storms, are staying to your south. So that's good news. We had someone tell us, completely flaccid, I regret to inform you, my life is leaving me for Boat Guy. Yes. Sorry about that. What's the stream without Boat Guy? He was carrying. I know, Nick. Boat Guy was going the wrong way. All right, so Sean Moorhead said, fueling up, helmet and safety gear ready for the Central Ohio chase. Well, Sean, I got news for you. First of all, happy birthday. Second of all, if you're going to chase, you better start driving south, because we've got a pretty large area of storms, but they're on the southern part of Columbus. And happy birthday. Can we get some happy birthdays for Sean in the chat, by the way? All right, let's get back to this storm in Bowling Green. Let's just take a look. This is our only tornado warning at this point. So this storm is still a radar indicated tornado warning, and it is for just south of Bowling Green. Has some small hail, has radar indicated rotation. Still a dangerous storm. This could be producing a tornado right here. If there would be a tornado, it would be right in here. You've got your kind of broad area of rotation. Winds screaming up from this way, winds screaming, pushing down from that way. Where they collide is when you get your rotation. Correlation coefficient doesn't really show much in the way of a debris ball, so that's good. See, we got Dan here. Welcome, Dan.
Appreciate it.
So Dan Wallace is in charge of a lot of the cool stuff that goes on behind the scenes. The warning sound effect, he built that. So Dan, happy to have you.
I did not build it, but it's operating on my system.
Well, you configured it. How about that? And I think Greg just said he has to take off for a bit. No worries, Greg.
I was just out chatting with Boat Guy.
Oh, you were with Boat Guy? Are you kidding me? How was he? Did he seem like a good guy? I'm sure he was.
Salt of the earth.
I love that. All right, let's take so we've got one tornado warning, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 flash flood warnings. There's a giant flash flood warning in eastern Ohio, so we're gonna need to watch that. Phil and Garrett are back as well. I think Phil and Garrett are, if you look at the storm, I've got them on tracker. Phil and Garrett looks like they're just to the east of Eminence. So they are, let's see where they are. Okay, so they are like right here. So they're trying to get out in front of these severe thunderstorm warnings to see if they can catch them. It doesn't look like they have a lot of rotation at this point, but that could change. All right, let's see what we got, if there's anything new from the SPC. So we looked at that. We looked at that discussion just a little bit ago, and that is the latest mesoscale discussion that's about the tornado watch in central Ohio. So we'll get to those. We'll get back to those storms in just a second. I am curious to see. Let's look at the mesoanalysis and just see what we got in terms of conditions out there. All right, so we've got some energy here. We've got some cape. We've got a cape of about 1,000 pushing through. So we've got plenty of energy for these storms. It's not incredible, but it's enough, especially around this region of the country. We've got very strong, and actually the strongest helicity is actually out in front. So it's almost outpacing these storms. But we still have area 300 to 400 relative helicity. So those values are pretty strong. And that's why I think we still have these tornado watches, because we still have plenty of
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for northwestern Madison County in north-central Alabama, northeastern Limestone County in north-central Alabama, southwestern Lincoln County in middle Tennessee.
All right, so that's our first tornado warning in Alabama. That is kind of well south of the area that we've looking at, and this is just on the north side of Huntsville. So if we look at this storm, we haven't really looked at these storms down here, but this is still in the enhanced risks. This is still in an area of that we think could, or that the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center thinks could be some strong to severe thunderstorms as we go throughout the evening. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Once again, this tornado warning was issued just a second ago, and it is for northwestern Madison County, northeastern Limestone County, southwestern Lincoln County, and some of the towns it includes: Athens around 6 p.m. Central, Harvest around 6:05 Central, and Hazel Green around 6:25 Central.
Yeah, and they just issued another mesoscale discussion now for that area.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's going to be 358.
Got it. We'll pull that up in just a second. So this tornado warning is looks like it's a broad area of rotation. Doesn't look incredibly strong, but still, maybe let's look at the correlation coefficient to see. Yeah, there's not much in terms of, it doesn't look like it has a debris ball, but if there was going to be a tornado, it would be right in here. So if you're in Athens, the storm is right on top of you, moving through you guys right now. Tony, Heritage Landing, Sardis Springs, Cluttsville, Harvest, Hoover, Hazel Green, you're on the very edge of this tornado warning. This is once again just north of Decanter, Alabama, northwest of Huntsville, Alabama. And this storm is moving to the northeast at about, I believe, let's see, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. All right, so that's our first tornado warning, or that's our first tornado warning in Alabama. We still have this tornado warning in active in Tennessee. Those are the only two tornado warnings at this point. We still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings issued. Now, Southern Columbus is in this action for a severe thunderstorm warning. So this storm is going to be a lot of lightning, some wind. This storm just to the east of Cincinnati looks like it has some pretty, it still looks pretty nasty. Looks a little bit more scattered, less organized than it did before. And it is losing a little bit of organization. I wonder if this rain out in front of it's going to keep it from kind of having a healthy inflow. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But essentially, this storm would be kind of pulling air from this way. This rain might cause that air to get caught up and almost cut it off. Kelly says, thanks for always keeping us safe. No problem, Kelly. Happy to do that. I'm glad things aren't necessarily materializing as much for Columbus as we thought they were going to at the beginning of today. So that's good news. A lot of the action is just to your guys south. Dina Jones says, give me your 2 cents on Clarksville, Tennessee. How does Clarksville, Tennessee look? Give me 1 second. I'll pull that up. Sorry, I'm updating our tornado warnings, and I'll pull that up right now. So Clarksville, Tennessee, you guys are, for the most part, there is still going to be another line of storms that pushes through you guys. But these don't look as bad as the ones to your east. So the good news is, I think once you get past this kind of secondary line of storms right here, but once again, these are not severe thunderstorm warned. These are not tornado warned. These don't even have, at least this one off to your east or west does not have even a special weather statement. So should get some rain, maybe a little bit of lightning. I don't think Clarksville should be too bad right now. But just off to the northwest, we've got still that tornado warning. That radar indicated tornado warning expires in a minute, so it'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service extends it. But this is just to the east of Bowling Green. Hocking Hills Hosting asks, any thoughts on the Hocking Hills area and Logan, Ohio? Let's look. Hocking Hills. So Hocking Hills, you guys are just to the west of these storms pushing through. We do a severe thunderstorm warning, and so you guys will probably get in on some of these storms right here. So these are strong storms. They'll pack some strong wind, some lot of lightning, and with the conditions that we have, they could wrap up. Right now, they're not necessarily tornado warned, and they aren't showing really much signs of rotating. So that's good. But in this environment, you could always have a spin up. So it's definitely worth keep an eye on, and I'll keep an eye on that area for you. Lisa asked for in Northeast Ohio if we're going to get anything. Northeast Ohio, I'm assuming near Cleveland. I think you guys will get in on some storms, and you will. We've got this area of storms pushing up towards your way. But at this point, these storms have a lot of lightning, have some wind. They aren't severe thunderstorm warned. So if you're kind of living in any of these areas out in front of these storms, right? These are just north of Mansfield. You could get some of those, but I wouldn't necessarily expect widespread severe weather up there in Northwest Ohio. Okay, so you're in Akron. So Akron, you're going to get some of these storms. You'll be right on the edge of this storm complex, and then possibly some of these storms behind it. But you guys aren't necessarily in the immediate danger just yet. I believe you're right on the edge of the slight risk and marginal risk. So still could get some nasty storms later tonight, but I'm not thinking there's going to be too bad. How's Delaware? How's Delaware looking? So Delaware, Ohio, you guys are going to get, and guys, I'll go right back. Delaware, you guys are getting some rain. I think you haven't, I don't want to say you're out of the woods yet, but you've dodged a little bit of a bullet, at least with these storms to your south. We're going to get some rain, and this storm should push to the north. We're going to have to keep an eye on this storm because it look like it's I don't want to say it's a supercell just yet, but it is a nasty storm and is in a pretty strong area of some velocity and some capes. So we'll have to keep an eye on that storm as it pushes off towards you guys. But Delaware isn't necessarily in any immediate danger at this point.
Looks like we're down to one tornado warning at the moment. That's northern Alabama.
Got it. Yep. We are down to currently the only tornado warning that we have. So that tornado warning in Bowling Green was allowed to expire. We now have one tornado warning, and that's this storm just pushing to the northeast of Madison. So I'll go ahead and update that and remove our tornado warning. But this tornado warned storm is still a dangerous storm. It's moving through Athens right now, and it's pushing off to the northeast towards Hazel Green. Decently strong velocity signature. Got some winds pushing this way. Some winds wrapping around here. Not an incredibly strong couplet, but enough to probably warn a tornado warning. Not really. Yeah, there's a little bit there. I don't think that's a debris ball. We'll have to keep an eye on that though. But I think that's just some noise. Let's bring back Phil and Garrett. Phil and Garrett, what are you guys seeing right now?
So we're just north of Frankfort, Kentucky. We just got out of the rain, which feels like we've been in the rain for the last 4 hours. So that's kind of pleasant.
Yeah.
we're kind of just heading southeast towards Lexington and I-75, just to kind of see what if anything else might happen, but probably start heading north back towards Cincinnati from there.
Got it. Yeah. So you guys are. I think they're. I believe they're. Let me pull up the Louisville radar.
There's really nothing west of us that's currently thunderstorm warned or anything. So, and we're kind of getting a little far south now out of the most recent mesoscale discussion.
Yep.
So everything right now looks like it's going to play north in Ohio.
Yeah, and there, we were just looking at a tornado warning down in Alabama. But yeah, there's that storm that it's kind of a ragged line now, and they still look nasty, but there isn't that velocity and rotation, and the kind of strongest areas of shear I think is just to your north. So, but all right, Phil, keep us updated. Wait, is that boat guy in front of you?
No, that's RV camper guy.
Oh, RV camper guy. Shoot. I'm telling you, I thought that was boat guy. I thought he was back. Oh man. Well, that's okay. All right. Well, let us know if you see anything else, Phil. We'll keep you in here, and I'll bring you back in a little bit and ask you what's going on.
All right. Hey.
Oops.
Hey,
sorry. I think I might have just muted you. Go ahead, Phil.
No, quick question. What kind of reports have we gotten so far?
So far now, yeah, I'll pull it up. Let's see. I know we had, when we looked at it earlier, we had a total of 4 confirmed tornadoes, but that was, or 4 tornado reports, but that was including some of the storms that we had earlier. So right now there's a total of 5 confirmed tornadoes, or confirmed tornado reports. 2 of those actually being up in northern Illinois. So those were from earlier. One of those, which was at the Ohio River, the Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia border earlier today. So the only 2 tornado reports that we've had that have been this afternoon or evening have been in that from that PDS tornado warning that was in just north of Knoxville. So right now we don't have any tornado reports really. If I had overlay the moderate risk, I don't think we have any tornado reports from the moderate risk right now.
Interesting.
Which is interesting, right? I think we've and really else than that storm. If that storm complex this morning wouldn't have come through, I don't know if we would, we really wouldn't have a lot of reports. I think a lot of these wind reports was from earlier today that you can tell this is that same complex that pushed through northern Kentucky and West Virginia. But else than that, we haven't really had many reports. I mean, more could still come in, right? But
Right.
yeah, it's very interesting.
That's very interesting.
I mean, I think partially it's because of because of that convection that came around the morning and midday. I think it just, I don't know, kind of disrupted. And a lot of things have to go right for us to have a day of pretty significant severe weather around here. And at least from my experience, oftentimes when they come when you least expect it, right? Those tornadoes that we had 2 weeks ago here in Ohio, we thought there was going to be some severe weather on here, but we were in a slight risk then, right? So it wasn't even supposed to be that bad. So I just think the severe weather events around this part of the country tend to just kind of come when you least expect it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Still, we have currently only one active tornado warning. That's in Alabama, about to push into Tennessee. We have, I think it's 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. One on the south side of Columbus, and that storm is kind of a big blob of convection moving through southern Columbus right now. And the good news is this isn't really showing, and it's showing a little bit of rotation here. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that in Mount Sterling, Ohio. So that's severe thunderstorm warned. There's some nasty winds with that, especially even on some of this in northern Columbus. So that's gonna pack some winds as we go through. That line extends all the way down to Washington Courthouse, Sabina, Ohio. Even across Wilmington, and I don't know if you can hear, but there's literally thunder outside my window. But and then that storm we were following in Cincinnati, that was pretty nasty, that moved through, was kind of falling apart. And I think the reason why is because we've got this moisture. We've got this moisture out here that's really impeding the inflow from coming into these storms. So it's kind of this almost is choking off that supercell that existed in Cincinnati. It's still there, but it's kind of falling apart now. The storm right to our south is a pretty nasty storm. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's got 60-mile-an-hour winds, about an inch in hail, possible tornado. Let's look at the velocity. Oh, yikes! Okay, I would expect there possibly to be a. I mean, this is a possibly developing couplet right here. There's also possibly one down here. We've got some winds, inflow is really strong, pushing in this storm. You got these winds wrapping around here, so it's really trying to tighten up here. And this storm is about to move into Berlin. Also, this secondary rotation is about to move into Petra, and this is in Kentucky. This is just south of the Ohio River. Right now, this is severe thunderstorm warned. I would not be surprised if this went to a tornado warning. This is probably correlation coefficient. That's probably some hail. That's probably not debris on the backside of this thing. But this storm, I would not be surprised if it went tornado warned and it was our next tornado warned storm. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that storm. Let's just quickly check back at our tornado warning down in Huntsville. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. So looking at the velocity, pretty broad area of rotation here. Nothing too concerning. Yep.
Tornado warning 4.
That's it.
Tornado warning for northwestern Mason County in northern Kentucky, central Bracken County in northern Kentucky, southeastern Brown County in southwestern Ohio.
Yeah, I would have bet anything, Dan, that they were about to issue a tornado warning for this, right? Is that what you were saying too?
Yeah, and you called it.
Yep. So this storm is just went tornado warned, And this is that same storm that we just looked at. I mean, when you see these strong blue colors feeding into the tornado and this red wrapping around here, that means this is a possibly a tornado that's on the ground. It's wrapping up right now as we speak. And if it's not already on the ground, I would expect it to be possibly to be producing a tornado right now. This is a dangerous, dangerous storm moving into Powersville and Brooksville, Berlin. This storm is right on top of you. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. It's the actual warning itself is partially in Kentucky, partially in southwestern Ohio. This is for Mason County, central Bracken County, and southeastern Brown County in southwestern Ohio and northern Kentucky. If we look on the correlation coefficient, there isn't necessarily much in terms of debris yet, so that's good.
Hey, Brady, I'm looking at relative velocity, and this last scan that I'm looking at, it really is tightening up.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is relative velocity. This is basically relative to the storm. So this is basically the winds, but it's relative to the way the storm is moving. So got your culprit right there. So this is a tightening tornado, and this is moving right towards the Ohio River, and possibly could be. This is about to. If this isn't dropping a tornado right now, this is about to drop a pretty substantial tornado. Just checking back to the northeast storms, the rotation I saw up here looks like it's diminishing. Just a lot of rain for Columbus. Still, we got to watch this storm back in Bell Fountain, pushing this way. But Columbus, you're just going to get some rain and lightning with some wind. And we got to probably watch this storm just in case it starts to pull in some air here. But still, just a severe thunderstorm warning.
Has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for Harlan County in southeastern Kentucky, east central Bell County in southeastern Kentucky, western Letcher County in southeastern Kentucky, southeastern Perry County in southeastern Kentucky.
Yikes. So this is a new tornado warning. We're starting to pop off here. Unfortunately, we have, I think now a total of 3 tornado warnings. One still for this Huntsville storm. The newest tornado warning, which you just heard, is this storm. This storm in Harlan. It's in Harlan, Kentucky. That storm is moving to the north at, let's see, it's moving to the north at 50 miles an hour. Tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. So this storm's got a lot of hail with it, and that's very indicative of a strong storm. Let's look at the velocity now. Yikes. That is not good. We've got bright green next to bright red. Let's see if we can find a different radar here. That's the closest. Let's see what this radar says, because that's some noise. Yikes. That is not what you want to see. You've got winds going this way, winds going this way. That's your tornado. Pretty strong indication that you could have a tornado that's on the ground. Right now, it's still just a radar indicated tornado. Azenthus Prosecus said, "Where are you watching the radar?" So I've got a weather studio that I'm in right now that I'm watching. That I've got this radar up on. Yeah, Lisa, we'll have to keep an eye on Southern Ohio. I will go back to that storm in just a second. Yeah. Ginger Ninja says it has a debris ball. This might be some noise right in here. That also could be debris. If we look at the velocity, that could be debris. That could be just a really strong inflow. But but this is a pretty strong indication that there could be a tornado on the ground. So if you live in Harlan County, eastern central Bell County, western Lecter County, southeastern Perry County, all in southeastern Kentucky, this storm is coming right at you and could be producing a tornado. Let's get back to this tornado warned storm in southern Ohio. This is in I guess it's not necessarily, it's in northern Kentucky right now. It's about to cross the Ohio River in maybe about 15 minutes. So this storm has got really, really, really strong inflow. It's really sucking in a lot of air here. And then it's got some broad rotation here. So if there is a tornado, it'd be right in here. Brooksville, you're right in the path of this thing. Chatham, still a radar indicated tornado. So once again, that's the National Weather Service saying there could be, that there, there's no guarantee that there is. Ripley, Aberdeen, you guys are in the path of this dangerous storm. West Union in southern Ohio, Decanter in southern Ohio. Those are kind of the big areas that this is headed towards. And the reason why this cell is so concerning is because unlike the stuff to the north in Columbus, this has got a bunch of open air out in front. So plenty, we've got some really, really strong winds pushing in from the south, right? And what probably is a low level jet. And so when you have this storm that's out in that open air, it has plenty of juice, or it can pull that unimpeded southern jet in, and that's what can cause these things to start really twisting. And that's why we had such a moderate risk. We were so concerned today because we thought there was going to be a lot of discrete storms like this that have access to the southern jet that or the low level jet that can just it's just rip in here, and then as it gets the storm, which is already kind of moving, has winds that are more moving like this, as this collides with that southern jet, or low level jet, the winds start to rotate around, and that's when you get your rotation for storms. That's one way, at least.
The National Weather
So we're
Service
gonna have to
has
keep an eye on this
issued
tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
My
East
headphones
Central
are
Logan
coming out.
County in South Central Kentucky, Northern Simpson County in South Central Kentucky, West Central Allen County in South Central Kentucky, Southwestern Warren County in South Central Kentucky.
Give me 1 second, guys. Plugging my new headphones in. Got to figure out how to have headphones that last that long. All right, so it looks like we just got a new tornado warning, I believe. And this is just south of Bowling Green. So Bowling Green just had a tornado warning just south of them. And you're getting another storm moving over basically the same air. Oh, gosh. And this one actually could be producing a tornado. So this is just southeast of Auburn. Got a pretty strong couplet right here. This looks more impressive than the previous storm. And I would not be surprised if it was dropping a tornado. Yep, 100%. This is 100% got a tornado on the ground. Little debris ball. It's small, but it's right where the rotation, right where this couplet is. If you see a signal like that on the correlation coefficient, which is basically just different particles, that's a pretty good indicator that we've got a tornado that's on the ground. So if you live in Woodburn or Highway 65, just north of Matlock, Plano, and this is all in Kentucky, just to the south of southwest of Bowling Green, and this storm is headed dangerously close to the southern suburbs of Bowling Green, with the Bowling Green Warren County Regional Airport there. Let me get our new tornado warnings, because now we have a total of four active tornado warnings. Yeah, this is a dangerous storm. You can even tell on the radar here, you've got this inflow notch here wrapping around this way. There's your tornado. So this is most likely a tornado on the ground just south of Bowling Green. And we'll welcome Greg back. Greg, it looks like we have possibly a tornado on the ground just south of Bowling Green. We have things have kind of ramped up. We have a total of 4 tornado warnings, and this storm just south. This is another tornado storm moving just south of Bowling Green. It's got a pretty strong couplet here. There was thunder outside my window, so that's fun. And then also, if you look at the correlation coefficient, it's got a little bit of a debris ball signature right in there.
Hey, do we know where Phil and Garrett are at the moment?
We are in Georgetown, Kentucky.
Can you hear us?
Georgetown, Kentucky.
Georgetown, Kentucky.
And where are you heading? Where's your destination?
We're going to jump on I-75, head north.
Head north. All right.
Yep. And we're going to gas up. So we'll be with you shortly.
Did you, Phil? Sorry, I just realized my headphones weren't locked into the sound, so I can hear you guys now. Do you guys? There is a tornado warning just to the south of Georgetown, and I believe. Wait, maybe that's Georgetown.
No, not just south of Georgetown.
Not Georgetown, Kentucky. Yeah, no.
Sorry, that's Georgetown, Ohio.
I mean, I see one down in Bowling Green, but
the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for North Central Brown County in southwestern Ohio, West Central Highland County in south central Ohio.
Yep. So this is a new tornado warning. This is that storm just to the southeast of Georgetown, Ohio, and this is the storm that we've been kind of following, and it's really exhibited and shown some pretty. I mean, look at that couplet. Got really strong winds pushing in. We've got winds from the storm kind of pushing out. There's your couplet. There's your possible tornado.
So, Phil, what's your goal with driving north? Oh, they're out of the vehicle right now. Never mind.
They're probably getting some snacks.
Looks like there's that new tornado warning is actually a storm that's east of Cincinnati. It's not actually the same target storm, Brady. There's another one just north. You can see it there.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming up on Fayetteville.
Wait, are you talking about this storm right here?
Yep.
Yeah, did that just pop up? Was that always there?
No, that's the one that was just. I think that's the new one.
Yeah, this has got to be a new. So this has got to be a new tornado warning. This expires in about 18 minutes. This was issued at 7:25. So this was issued just about 2 minutes ago. So yeah, you guys are right. This is probably the new tornado warning. This is in Ohio, And this is for kind of this complex of storms right here. Yeah, look right there.
Mm-hmm.
So there well could be a tornado on the ground. There's a pretty isolated couplet here, and it's a small couplet, but it's still, I mean, it's still green and red right next to each other. So that's a pretty good indication that could be a yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty safe to assume that is a tornado.
Yeah, and I mean, if we go down to Bowling Green, we've got same situation going on there. Again, still the strong couplet, which you identified earlier, Brady. But the storm does not look great, if I'm being honest. Like, it just doesn't look like something that's going to last a real long time. But you never know.
Greg, what do you think? Do you think that's noise or is that a debris ball?
To me, it looks like a debris ball for sure.
It
I
does.
suspect that the fact is that that storm is kind of embedded in a larger cluster. This is likely a tornado report of some kind, which initiated that. It might be radar indicated, but yeah, it says radar indicated rotation. But I think pretty clearly that's a debris ball, so likely that's why the warning was issued.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if they upped this warning to a confirmed, just because of the fact that it looks like we can see debris on radar.
The Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Warning for northern.
Oh, I lost that.
I did too. All right, well, let's find it on the map, and I'm just putting
County in Middle Tennessee.
Oh, in Tennessee. All right.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna really quickly.
I think that's for the storm that was crossing from Alabama into Tennessee at Huntsville.
Yep. All right, so just in the past about 5 minutes here, we've picked up. We have a total of 6 tornado warnings, and things are starting to kind of pop off right now. So we're gonna do our best to get to each storm. Let's look at this first one down in Huntsville. This is a radar indicated. This is just north of Huntsville, Hazel Green, Flintville, Huntland. This is about to cross the Alabama border towards and move into Tennessee. If you look at the velocity here, looks like a pretty broad area of rotation right in here. Doesn't look incredibly intimidating. What do you think, Greg or Dan?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, so it doesn't look incredibly intimidating, but still, I would take this warning seriously, as you always should. This storm is going to push off, and this broad rotation is going to push off into Huntland and Flintville, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So it would be a good time to get to your safe shelter if you live in those areas. Now let's scoot back up to our other tornado warning. This is in southern Kentucky. It's for Cumberland and Harlan, Kentucky. And if we look at the radar, this one has got a lot, a more significant velocity structure to it, right? You've got wind going this way, you've got wind going this way. Here's your couplet. And if I would look on the velocity, or if this is the reflectivity, it's pretty apparent comma shape here. So definitely a supercell, a little bit less, inflow notch right here. You've got winds rushing into the storm here. You've got your outflow winds rushing here. So there's your tornado if you've got one. And that's probably noise, I think. It's too big, I think, to be a debris ball, because normally it's lighter blue, it's not black. Still a dangerous storm with a radar indicated tornado moving through Harlan and Elvarts, moving into Cumberland. Our third tornado warning right now is just southeast of Cincinnati. It is a dangerous storm. We have an observed tornado, a confirmed tornado on the ground This storm right here pushing into southern Ohio. As we speak, it's crossing the Ohio River. Let me find the closest radar to give us a look inside of this storm. And it's right there, right moving through South Ripley, moving right across the Ohio River. This is an observed tornado. Your tornado is probably right there. What do you think, Greg or Dan? I think the tornado is probably right here.
Yeah, and I'm seeing what looks like some debris. It's not a really huge drop on CC, but there is a drop.
100%, like right there. Yeah. Yeah. So if there, and once again, this is an observed tornado, a radar confirmed tornado. Radar shows tornado debris in the air. You don't usually get that description on the warning, but this time you are, which I love. The National Weather Service is doing that. They're seeing the same things we are, and they're seeing basically. Wow. Sorry, there's just a big lightning strike outside my window. They're seeing this debris that we're seeing and saying, yep, we'll compare that with the velocity. That's a very strong velocity signature. Not as much red over here, but that's okay. You still have really, really strong winds pushing in here. And so I think the National Weather Service is enough evidence to say, yep, that's a tornado that's on the ground that's doing damage. So south in East Ripley, south of Ripley, moving across the Ohio River into southern Ohio, we have a dangerous storm that is producing a tornado. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm. Moving back up to Columbus, we don't have any tornado warnings up here. The storms are just moving out. This is actually a pretty nasty storm moving through southern Columbus. Not much in terms of the rotation. We've got some kind of pockets of stronger winds here. Nothing too concerning in terms of any rotation, but enough to prompt a severe thunderstorm warning. And apparently we have some insane rainbows in and around Upper Arlington and Columbus. Apparently it's sunny in Columbus as well, which is actually kind of fascinating because we just had this line move through and now we have sun peeking out. All right, let's go back to this confirmed tornado that we have. Yep, Nick says it's sunny in Westerville. And Keegan, I saw your question. I'll get to you in just a second. I do want to get to this confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. It's just moved across Ripley. Really strong storm. Let's check our debris signature. Okay, so it's still got a debris signature right here. So most likely, and this is the second time in 3 weeks that we've had a tornado cross the road, cross the Ohio River. This is another tornado that is doing damage in southern Ohio. It just crossed the Ohio River. So if you live, if you know someone or live on Schofield Road in southern Ohio, also Martin Hills Road, this tornado, which is most likely on the ground, is coming right at you. If you live in Height, this tornado is coming right at you. So get to shelter right now. Taylor Barr says it's sunny in Austin, Texas, as it should be.
Dallas too.
Dallas too? Yeah, lovely. Well, I'm assuming I'm about to get sun here as well. I think, wow, yeah, it is sunny looking out my window. Wow. So the National Weather Service just extended this severe thunderstorm watch, and they just extended it pretty far to the east. So that's an indication that they know that this line of storms is capable of producing tornadoes. is most likely producing a tornado in southern Ohio, and could continue to do so as it moves off to the east. Let's check in on our tornado down by Bowling Green now. A little bit more broad rotation down here. Right, we've got winds kind of pushing this way and this way. Here's some broad rotation. Still probably enough to warn a warning, but if this continues to kind of show this presentation, I wouldn't be surprised if they let this expire. It expires in 7 minutes, sorry. All right, let's look down here. And we got 2 other tornado warnings. This one's moving into Cumberland, Kentucky. Looks like, let's use this radar site. Yeah, Cumberland, Kentucky. See what the velocity's like. Yikes. All right, that's a pretty strong radar signature right there. Pretty indicative of a possible tornado. There's your couplet. Let's just look at this storm structure. Classic comma here. It's definitely a supercell. And let's look at our correlation coefficient S. So this down here is, I wouldn't say that's a debris ball, that's some noise. This up here could be some hail, it could be some debris. If I look at where the couplet is, okay. I mean, when there's no way there's a debris ball that's this big. So whenever you see that, I mean, unless this is just a massive tornado, but I don't think so.
No, it's pretty well co-located with the air around the storm.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if we've explained to folks exactly how correlation coefficient works.
Yeah, that's a good call. So basically, correlation coefficient is
Hey, it's time for an education minute.
Yes. All right, Phil. All right, guys, it's time for a quick education minute. Check this video out. All right, so basically what we're looking at here on correlation coefficient is it's one of the different products of radar you can look at on a radar. Now, you can't do this on your normal radar. Like if I pull up, radar from one of my apps, a lot of the apps like the AccuWeather, Weather Channel, Apple Weather, they'll have radars, but they usually won't have, the correlation coefficient or even the velocity, some of the things we're showing on the stream. But if you get a product like a Radar Scope, Radar Omega, some of the other radars that you can download either on your phone or on your computer, they have other different kinds of products that this radar offers. And one of those is correlation coefficient. And that essentially what it does is it analyzes the different, like the particle sizes in a storm or in the atmosphere. So the radar beam goes out, hits something, and it's like hitting with raindrops. They're all similar size. All come back and say, okay, these are all very similar size objects. Right? Obviously, you pick up a house, you pick a tree, a car, those raindrops. Radar can tell, okay, this is a car, this is a house, this is a tree versus this is a raindrop, right? The raindrop's a lot smaller. So what that does is when you have
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for
Tornado warning for southeastern Brown County in southwestern Ohio, central Adams County in south central Ohio.
All right, so that's this cell here. We'll be right back to that, and we'll show that just a second on radar. But essentially, what we're looking for when we look at this correlation coefficient is we're looking for lower values on the scale. So that's your blues, that's your yellows, that's your usually black is just noise. That just kind of means it's not picking up anything. But we're looking for the blues and greens, and where we see that in a very concise, almost that looks like a ball. And then we say, okay, on the velocity, okay, it looks like the couplet that we've been showing like this. When I say couplet, here's your couplet right here. This is red and green next to each other. If there's a ball of blue and yellow, or sorry, blue and green on the correlation coefficient where this couplet is, it's a pretty good indication that that we've got a debris ball, and that's a really good indication of a tornado that's on the ground. So,
yeah, and so it's usually surrounded by similarly shaped objects like raindrops and other hydrometeors, and then you've got the weird shapes and the debris. That's that low drop. That's a great explanation, Brady.
Yeah, good call out too. All right, well this is a new tornado warning. This is for that same storm that we looked at. This has now crossed the Ohio River, and it's moving pretty fast to the east, and it's moving at about 45 miles an hour. This storm previously produced a tornado and may generate another tornado at any time. That's a pretty strong warning there. So this storm is it had produced a tornado. It as it went through Ripley, it did some damage. We saw a debris ball, and now it was it wasn't necessarily a strong debris ball. And now, I mean, you've got a really strong velocity couplet here. So you've got winds going this way, you've got winds going this way, and this storm, this rotation here looks incredibly strong. And I would bet, just like the National Weather Service has said, if there's not a tornado on the ground with this thing, it could produce one at any moment. So if you're in Neal, if you know anyone in Blentonville, West Union, Ohio, this is coming right for you. Blue Creek, you're on the very edge of this warning, but this will be on top of you in about 15 minutes. So take this seriously, because even if this isn't dropping a tornado right now, it could definitely drop a tornado soon, if not already. All right, we'll keep an eye on this storm here. Sean O'Reilly, what about Boise, Idaho? I think it's safe to assume you guys are out of the risk area in Boise. So I think you're probably okay in Boise. Yeah, thank you, Jess. I appreciate it. It's probably when the tornado warning comes on. All right, guys, look just in the last frame. Look at this. This is really starting to tighten up. And wow. Okay, so we're getting some okay, this is actually, we're gonna have to show this. I'm gonna show this. We got some pictures in of a rainbow as the storms move through Columbus. So I'll show those in just a second. But let me send these to myself. That is one of the most incredible rainbows I think I've seen in a long time. But if you are in West Union, this is a very, very, very dangerous storm. Once again, just like what we looked at, there doesn't look like there's a debris ball. Why? Because we've got all red and kind of tan here. So not necessarily a debris ball just yet, but we do have really, really, really strong rotation. I would bet this is about to drop a pretty significant tornado moving into West Union. Decanter, this is just to your south. Yeah, look at this latest frame. I would not be surprised if this drops a pretty strong tornado. Let me just check and make sure there's nothing else. Looks incredibly concerning. Huntsville, just north of Huntsville, still tornado warned. Doesn't look incredibly intimidating. Still take that warning seriously, though. Let's look at our other tornado warning. Okay, Cumberland, this could be a tornado that's on the ground. Cumberland, you've got a very strong rotation coming into your area. Cumberland, Kentucky. We've got a pretty strong area of rotation along Interstate 119. Right here would be your tornado if it's right there, and it's pushing right into Cumberland. Let's just see if there's any. Yeah, so nothing there, just some noise, maybe something. It's got some large hail as well. So Gordon, you're getting hit with some pretty strong hail, pretty large hail. Still a radar indicated tornado, but looking at the velocity signature, this thing could drop a pretty strong tornado. All right, let's head back up to our storm in southern Ohio, because this storm that we're looking at in southern Ohio has a very, my goodness, very strong signature, possibly a tornado that's on the ground. If it's not on the ground, it could be forming pretty quickly here. Sorry, I'm just getting some pictures, and I'll leave this up for just a second while we watch this. All right, let's see if we can see anything on the correlation curve. Yeah, so nothing yet. Let's bring back Phil and Garrett. Phil and Garrett, you guys are driving through some storms right now. Where are you guys at? Won't let me unmute you. I don't know what's going on.
All right, you got us now?
Yep.
We're heading north on I-75 towards Cincinnati, and we're north of I don't have my glasses. Saderville.
Yeah, just south of Corinth.
South of Corinth. But we are going through the line right now. We're punching through it.
Yeah, we're in between Sadyville and Corinth.
So, and let me see. I'm pulling up their location right now just to see where they are. Hold on. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, so you're just south of Williamstown, just south of Cincinnati. So they are driving through this mess right here. Let me just put this on the big screen. So they're driving through this mess right here.
Yep.
Pretty much west of that possible tornado that's on the ground. Still in a nasty storm and not fun to drive through. Tell you what, Phil, that rain looks like it's coming down pretty hard.
Yep, it is. I thought we might be able to punch through the skinny part, but it caught up to us pretty fast.
Yeah.
Like, I thought we'd go through the skinny part. Now we're kind of going through the fattest part.
You're driving right through the center of it.
I'm seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, though.
Yeah, we Phil and Garrett, we had some people in our chat wondering where you were, making sure you were okay. So
yeah, we are good. I think that the one, I can't remember where were we? Near Gratz, Kentucky.
Yeah.
That circulation that was coming out of Louisville, that we ended up getting stopped behind some down trees. That was probably the storm. I mean, we were right under that circulation.
Yep.
While it was tornado warned. And so that was probably the closest we got today, which obviously was pretty close. It just wasn't a tornado at the time.
Yeah, at least what I'm seeing is there have been, looks like a couple of tornadoes that we've seen, debris from, and pretty strong rotation, but they haven't lasted that long. I think at the beginning of the day we were possibly expecting some long track tornadoes. I don't think we've seen that. I don't think that's been realized just yet, which thankfully that's the case. But that's at least what I've seen.
We were talking about that. We were talking about the fact that there really hasn't been anything long tracked, and I don't know if there's been a whole lot of chasers. I haven't been on social media to see if there's been many photos or anything like that, but it was, as we were going into it, we knew this was going to be a hard chase day, because even the National Weather Service was kind of uncertain with where and when things would happen. They just knew the environment was such that it could happen. And so everybody was kind of just holding their hands up in the air, not sure exactly what to do and where to go. And once storms started firing, I think people just started shooting in different directions, trying to see what they could catch.
Mass chaos, as it usually is around this part of the country. I think anytime we have a big risk like this, it's always hard to kind of realize this. But glad you guys were okay, because it got a little hairy for you guys for a little bit. I mean, honestly, you guys were that rotation was right on top of you, and it just produced a tornado. So I was like, man, be careful.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I felt, yeah, I won't even say that. But, but hey, do me a favor, Brady, because Garrett's family lives by that Cumberland tornado.
Yep.
Tornado-warned storm. I shouldn't call it a tornado, but tornado-warned storm.
Yeah.
Keep us up to date on that, where that's at, and how it's doing.
Yeah, let me give you the latest update on that right now, because we just looked at that a little bit ago. Right now it is a radar indicated tornado warning. They just actually extended it just a little bit further to the east. It's moving through Cumberland right now, and
has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northwestern Wise County in southwestern Virginia.
Yeah, so this is actually, I think, so this is that tornado warning is the extension, like we had just said, of that Cumberland tornado, and it's a pretty strong couplet here, and this is just moving through southern Cumberland, or I guess eastern Cumberland right now. Still a radar indicated tornado warning, but they were confident enough about this to extend it all the way into Virginia. And so we're going to have to keep an eye on this, because this is and let me look and see if there's any debris. Good news is it doesn't look like there's a strong debris signature with this, Phil and Garrett, but pretty strong rotation.
Yeah, I live just over the Kentucky state line to just here northeast there is town where that extension is. It should be right there in the northwest section of that.
What's the city or town?
It's just a small town called Pound.
Pound, I see it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think at least the good news is, Garrett, it does have strong rotation, and but I'm not seeing any indication necessarily that there's any debris. So even though there is a strong rotation, I bet there's probably a wall cloud with this. The National Weather Service and myself, I don't necessarily see any indication or strong indication that is on the ground, at least at this point. Now that could change, but there isn't necessarily anything like that. But I'll keep an eye on that.
Okay, I'm gonna probably make a call there.
Hey Brady, Adams County, Ohio. It's a reported tornado.
Got it. Okay. All right. We'll Phil and Garrett will come right back to you in just a second. We have I think what is a confirmed tornado. You said Adams County, Ohio.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a drop on CC.
Yikes! 100%. Yep. We have a observed tornado. A confirmed.
Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
It might be that.
Tornado warning for northeastern Harlan County in southeastern Kentucky, central Letcher County in southeastern Kentucky, southwestern Pike County in southeastern Kentucky.
Got it. Okay, so that's actually for Kentucky. That's an extension of the storm we just looked at down by Pound and Cumberland. That's just an extension of that tornado warning. So, we that isn't necessarily anything new. But this storm that we looked at just a little bit ago, just to the north of West Union, has a confirmed tornado on the ground. Radar is showing debris in the air. This is a radar confirmed tornado. So the National Weather Service has seen this, and let's look at the correlation coefficient. Okay, so little bit of a CC drop. That's correlation coefficient. So a little bit of a CC drop there, which we see this like kind of light green and light orange. So I think that's where the national. And if I look at where the velocity is, yep, that's right where this is. This is as almost as plain as it gets. If you look at the green next to the red, you've got bright green next to bright red. That is very indicative of a strong couplet of a most likely what is a tornado that is on the ground. This is just north of West Union, pushing off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So this is a confirmed tornado, observed tornado that's on the ground and moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. We are going to have to keep our eye on this one because this is that storm that we thought could produce a tornado at any minute. The National Weather Service had said it could produce a tornado at any minute, and it is. It looks like it is producing a tornado right now. So let's time this out for the folks that live in the path of this thing. It's moving east at 45. Duncansville, Ohio. Cedar Mills, Ohio. It'll be on your doorstep in about 5 to 10 minutes. Fawcett, Ohio, 11 minutes. Scrub Bridge in about 10 to 12 minutes. Mineral Springs in 17 minutes. So all of those towns are in the path of this dangerous tornado-producing storm that is showing signs of lofting debris in the air. Good news is that latest scan, and there might not be a lot of houses here anyway. There might not be a lot of this might be a pretty rural part, so that's why we might not see as strong of a signature here. But still, I think just looking at this velocity scan, this is definitely a tornado that's on the ground. Let's look at this thing in motion here to just.
Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Moore County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, central Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, so that's a new tornado warning for Middle Tennessee. We'll look at that in just a second. I just wanted to show you guys quickly. This was that storm that we said could tighten up, right? And that was the National Weather Service had said in the warning, hey, this is a dangerous storm.
Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southern Fairfield County in central Ohio, north central Hocking County in central Ohio.
Yikes. Okay, so that's our second tornado warning in Ohio. That's in southern, southeastern, just southeast of Columbus, Lancaster, Ohio. You guys are in that tornado warning. Let me get to that in just a second, but I want to show you guys quickly. So this was that storm, and just look in the past couple of frames, it started to tighten up, and then look, it really developed a strong signature. And still in the latest frame, it's not as the rotation kind of weakened a little bit just in that last frame, but still a dangerous, possibly rain-wrapped or definitely rain-wrapped tornado that was producing damage. The correlation coefficient doesn't necessarily look as pronounced, which is good. I think there still could be possibly a tornado on the ground. If it lifted here, it most likely will produce again. Whippoorwill, right? It's moving through you guys right now. Middle Springs, Fawcett, Ohio, just like we said, you guys are in the path of this dangerous storm. Now let's take a look at this tornado warning that we have in Lancaster, Ohio. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. These are the storms that just moved through Columbus. And, I think, let's look at the velocity. Okay, so this is just a big mess of storms. So if there is a tornado in here, it's going to be concealed. You're not going to be able to see it. It's going to be rain wrapped. And if there is a tornado, it's most likely here. About to move into downtown Lancaster. Maggie just asked, tornado. Lindsay, do we need to go down? Tornado sirens in Fairfield County. Yeah, Lindsay and Maggie, just give me an idea exactly where you are. I can coach you right through it. it doesn't. This storm isn't necessarily have a incredibly strong rotation, but I think the National Weather Service saw this and saw this saw these areas of lower of winds going in the opposite direction than the storm, and they said there could be some rotation right in here about to move into Lancaster. Got it. So you guys are in Pickerington, Pickerington, Ohio, which is oh my God, I always forget where Pickerington is.
Southeast of this.
Yeah, you're right. Pickerington is down. Shoot. Why can I never find... I literally live here and I can't find this. I don't understand what's going on. Okay, yeah. So Pickerington, you guys. I would take shelter. But the tornado warning is actually to you guys south. It's in Lancaster, Ohio, south of you guys. I think you guys should be okay in Pickerington. I don't think the tornado warning actually is to your south and east. And the areas of rotation, if there would be a tornado, would be here, maybe here. I don't think that's really an area of rotation. But the tornado warning itself is for Lancaster, the city itself, and there's the storm's actually moving about to be in Lancaster, Ohio right now. So I think you guys should be okay in Pickerington. Honestly, you should be clearing out pretty quickly here behind this.
Yeah, they may be hearing the sirens from the south.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, that's a close call though. And honestly, this looks pretty. The rotation doesn't look incredibly strong, so I wouldn't necessarily be confident there would be a tornado on the ground. So, but still, take any warning seriously. All right, let's look back at this storm just to the south, or just to the west or east of Pebbles. We're gonna have to watch this. Looks like there's this area of rotation here, which has got the tornado warning on. It's weakened a little bit. Still pretty broad area of rotation here. This thing could spin back up at any point. We're going to have to watch this. This is another interesting little flare up down here, just north of Manchester, Ohio, just north of the Ohio River. My guess is, yeah, no problem, Lindsay and Maggie. Happy to help. My guess is this is moving into a similar environment as the previous storm that caused this to spin up. So I would not be surprised if this storm here, that's just to the south of West Union, might spin something. I might try to do something like the storm to the north did. Still a damaging tornado. This was confirmed by law enforcement at 7:52. So about a little more than 10 minutes ago, probably about 13 minutes ago. This was a confirmed tornado. It might have dissipated since then, but still a pretty broad area of rotation. The rotation's calmed down a little bit. The debris looks like it's calmed down a little bit, which is good. Still something we're gonna have to watch. All right, so let's I just got a question. How's Hillsboro, Ohio? Let's see. Hillsboro, Ohio is here. Yeah, you guys are looking pretty good. Hillsboro, Ohio, you guys had the line come through. Maybe just some more rain. I wouldn't think you guys are looking pretty good. If you're west of this line, you're in pretty good shape tonight. No problem. All right, let's look back down at the tornado warning that is for Cumberland, or that is just moving out of Cumberland now. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. I know Phil and Garrett are interested.
Oh, tornado warning for.
Yikes.
Tornado warning for Central Muskingum County in east central Ohio.
All right, so that's this cell up here. These storms, I think, are just starting to get cranking up here right as they pass to the east of Columbus, and we've got a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's about moving east. Oh my goodness!
Tornado warning 4.
Tornado warning for southeastern Licking County in central Ohio.
Yikes. Okay, so that's both of those warnings are for this storm right here. So this storm right now, then this is really actually starting to crank up, is in Newark, Ohio. And the warning is just to the south of Newark. Let's look at the velocity here. Yikes. I don't like the way that looks. Right in here is kind of your broad area of rotation. And this is just to the south of Newark, Ohio. So this is starting to move east, or this is moving east. So Amsterdam, Brownsville, Hopewell, Cottage Hill, all of you guys are in the path of this tornado. Zanesville, you're also in this tornado warning. This storm is a part of kind of a blob of storms. So you know, if you're in Zanesville, you'll see some rain, and you might think, oh, it's kind of light. There is a huge storm coming behind it with some hail, some winds, and possibly a tornado. I mean, whenever I see stuff like this little hole here, and let me look at the rotation and see what we got. That could be a tornado. This is a broad area of rotation here. But anytime you have a kind of area of rotation within a bunch of rain like that, it's hard to tell. You know, the radar can't really pick up that well what the actual, low level rotation is, especially since we're so far away from the radar here. And let me actually look on a different radar and see if we can see if this looks about the same. So so if you're in Zanesville, get ready, because this storm is coming right at you. It's a dangerous storm. It could be producing a tornado just to the south of Newark, Amsterdam, Linville, Brownsville, Hopewell, Ohio, Licking View, Zanesville. You guys are all in the path of this dangerous storm. Just make sure there's no debris here. Okay, no debris. That's good. Still, this storm could be producing a tornado. So you're going to have to keep an eye out on that. And I'll come back to that in a second. I do want to quickly jump back down for Phil and Garrett, because they are Garrett actually lives or has a house in Pound. So let's see. We still have and Garrett and Phil, hopefully you guys can hear me. We still have a radar indicated tornado warning. And this is for the good news is the rotation has weakened. It looks like it still is there, right? But these colors are no longer bright red and bright green. It means the winds are kind of calming down this rotation. And if I look at the correlation coefficient, there isn't really a debris signature, so that's good.
Yep, she's died down, and it blows my mind this happened coming up here to chase, and that happens, because it never happens. It always gets choked off there at the Cumberland Plateau and splits, and this is the first time, and I can't tell you how long, that anything like that's ever happened back home in my neck of the woods, so it's crazy.
Wow. So Garrett, we could hear you a little bit there, but essentially you said this doesn't usually happen for you, right?
Yeah, it's very rare occurrence in my neck of the woods. Usually, most of the storms tend to lose their energy there. Anything kind of tornadic, and they'll split and either go to the north of me or the south of me, and it just basically creates like a tunnel that just works its way around me, basically. And like I said, I can't remember how long since anything like that's ever happened in that area.
Yeah, and it looked a couple, and I don't love that last scan. It looked a couple scans ago, and just to show you guys, and I know you're probably driving, so you probably can't look at it, but
no, I can see it. We got you up on our iPad.
Just to show you, this was in Cumberland. I mean, there was just a pretty strong area of rotation, and it just over the last couple of frames here, it just kind of dissipated a little bit. So It could be recycling, and to be honest, the rotation is kind of going to go right over top of Pound, but I don't see any indications that there is a significant tornado, at least on the ground with this. It's a pretty small cell too, so.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing. It seemed to luckily broaden out, lose strength right there before it came in. It's probably honestly right there at the mountain area there, Jenkins Mountain. So that could be pulling a little bit back, but it's crazy how it just offshoots. But I called home earlier, and so far everything was good. So knock on wood, I still have everything intact when I get back.
Yeah, well, I'll keep an eye on it and see if I see anything else, Garrett. But yeah, how's the drive going, guys?
We're good. We're about 20 miles out of Cincinnati, and I'll drop Garrett off. He's got to follow these storms home tonight. And we just passed some pretty looking gravity waves that kind of had a pink tinge to it with the sunset.
Oh, well, I tell you what, that's I think we've got a couple of actually beautiful pictures sent in from some of our viewers. I think there's a pretty beautiful rainbow behind that line of storms as it moved through Ohio. So I'll have to show that in a sec. But glad you guys are okay. You guys got any fun dinner plans? You guys stopping to get anything fun?
I don't know. No, I think Garrett's got to get home. He's
good
got
point.
a 4-hour drive, so.
Yeah, good point.
4-hour trip and back to work in the morning.
Yikes.
Do it for the fun, right?
All right, looks like we've got some more sirens in Fairfield County. Yeah, so the tornado warning is still active for Lancaster, Ohio. It's well outside of Pickerington, but still we have an active tornado warning. And once again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. I'm not seeing necessarily any significant rotation on the velocities, but still, sometimes with these, when you get these blobs of storms like this, you might not have strong rotation that appears, and it still could drop a tornado. Now let's look at the storm to the north. This storm is a little bit of a different story. This is the tornado warned storm moving into Lancaster, moving into central Muskingum County. Right now, the storm is in. Let's see. It is moving east at 35 miles an hour. So this little couplet right here is something that it doesn't look like much, but when you have it, when it's in this big blob of storms, it could produce a tornado. I would not be surprised if a tornado was and let me look actually from a different radar. Let me look at the Cleveland radar and see what Cleveland says. Yes, that's a pretty strong broad area of rotation. You could have a tornado that's on the ground with this storm. This is the Cleveland, or sorry, the Pittsburgh radar. Let's look at this the local Columbus radar and see what we got. Yikes. Okay, wow. Okay, so this is why you jump around to different radars. And this is this is really interesting. This is exactly what the National Weather Service is looking at and why they're so concerned. So here's this is as apparent as it gets, right? You've got your notch here. I mean, this is just like that QLCS tornado that we looked at. You've got these winds pushing out here. You've got winds in front of it kind of arcing around here. You've got these winds pushing out here. So as these winds, these two winds run into these the winds out in front of them, the southern winds in the green, that causes these southern winds to start to rotate around, right? Because these winds that are pushing out of the storm are really strong. So here, right in here is your area of rotation.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for southeastern Pike County in south central Ohio, northern Scioto County in south central Ohio.
So I think, yep, I think that this is this. No, that's not this storm. Okay, they must have extended this tornado warning in Columbus. It's about to go through Zanesville. But regardless of if there is or if there isn't a tornado that's on the ground, this storm has a nasty, nasty, nasty wind core right in here and right in here. We've got winds of 50, 60, maybe 70 miles an hour, and a possible tornado right here just north of Hopewell moving into Cottage Hill. So Cottage Hill, Zanesville, downtown Zanesville, the northern suburbs of Zanesville, take this warning seriously. There could be a quick spin up tornado that either is spinning up now or is on the ground. It's something that you're going to need to take seriously, because even though if you look at this on radar, it looks pretty ragged. It doesn't really look that intimidating on radar. You look at the velocity, and right there is where you could have your tornado moving right to the north side of Zanesville. And Dan, if you see any traffic cams, Elizabeth, we're looking for traffic cams. If you see any traffic cams going that look interesting, definitely let me know. I would actually be curious to see if there's anything in Zanesville that we could pull up.
Yeah, I'll look again, but a lot of the ones in Ohio are pointed down.
Great.
Elevated and pointed down at traffic, not out.
It's here in Ohio we do it smartly.
And then Jess mentioned that there's a new mesoscale discussion out, and it's talking about an increased risk of additional tornado development through southeast Ohio.
All right, let's pull that mesoscale discussion up, and we'll get back to the radar in just a bit. So we've got 3 active tornado warnings in Ohio. So one in southern Ohio, one in just south of or just to the east of Lancaster, one about moving through Zanesville. So let's quickly pull up this SPC discussion, and then we'll get back to this radar.
Yeah, so they mentioned the TDS that was going through Adams County. They say the environment ahead of the storms remains favorable for tornadic development.
All right. Got it. All right, so this is the latest SPC discussion. So I think what the SPC is saying is if there's going to be a strong tornado, it's going to be in southern Ohio. So Maysville, Portsmouth, even Huntington, Athens, you're just north of this, but it's this line that's moving through southern Ohio. So got a long track supercell. That's about the Ohio River. Just like Dan said, looks like we've got a favorable environment for tornadoes in southern Ohio. So we're going to have to watch that. It seems like that's our biggest risk area right now. Man, look at that. So those are that's all of our tornado watches. Any red box you see on the screen is our tornado watches. So we've got tornado watches basically covering the entire state of Ohio, except for the northern part, the entire state of Kentucky, except for the very western part, the entire state of Tennessee, except for the western part, most of the entire state of Alabama. So just a very, very active day. Even though we haven't seen that many strong long track tornadoes, there's still a possibility of them continuing.
Yeah, and earlier Maggie had a question. I'm just going to quickly answer it. She asked about the National Weather Service. Where are they located? There are 122 offices scattered throughout the country, and then the SPC is in Norman.
I was trying to find that. Yeah, so Maggie had a question. Where is the National Weather Service office located? Thanks for answering that, Dan. So hopefully that answered your question, Maggie. My husband's parents are in Portsmouth. All right, so let's look down here at Portsmouth. Right now we have the good news is there's a radar indicated tornado warning to the north of Portsmouth, and pretty linear. The storm's pretty linear. Really strong pocket of winds here. We've got some winds here. I think the reason why we have this tornado warning is because there's a possibility of a spin up here. Whenever you get really strong winds pushing against these winds pushing here, that you can easily spin something up there. So we'll have to watch that. But Portsmouth right now is under a severe thunderstorm warning with the storm that would be moving towards Portsmouth is this one to the south. Right here. This storm is going to be pushing into Portsmouth in the next 15 or 20 minutes. Doesn't have a lot of lightning, but let's check the velocity here. Just general broad rotation here. Winds coming down here, winds coming up here. So once again, though, whenever you see this broad rotation, look at that. On the last frame, you have a little something pop up here, a little something pop up here. Nothing necessarily that I'm extremely worried about at this point, but as this is the area that the Storm Prediction Center is most concerned about in Southern Ohio. So we'll have to keep an eye on these storms as they continue to march east. All right, let me just take one last look at this storm up in Zanesville. Okay. So still a radar indicated tornado warning. The good news is I'm not seeing this is a bowing structure. You got winds pushing here, winds pushing here. Same thing with this structure down here. You got winds pushing this way. The good news is you're not seeing as pronounced of a hook here as we saw before. If this were coming out like this, I'd be worried. It's not. It's more in like a kind of a curvy line. That's not to say this couldn't wrap up, but I'm not seeing any strong indications of a tornado on the ground right now. But whenever you have a line like this, if these winds keep pushing out here, it's going to cause this to kind of bow out a little bit more. And that's when these winds sneak in here. And that's when you can have a little spin up. Yeah, no problem, Maggie. So I think that these two tornado warnings in Ohio, I don't think there's probably a tornado on the ground with them at this point. But still, I want to take these warnings seriously as always. Yikes! I think this is probably about the smallest tornado warning you've ever seen, right, Dan?
Looks like it.
All right, so the other tornado warning, this one doesn't look incredibly. Yeah, this one's radar indicated. This one will probably expire. This is in southern Tennessee. Not too worried about that one. All right, so a total of 5 tornado warnings. None of which I think are probably the most intimidating one is this one up here in just north of Portsmouth. Still radar indicated, kind of forming into a line of storms. So I think that's what we're going to expect over the next couple hours is these storms are kind of forming these lines. These are going to push off to the east and still have a decent tornado threat as they push off to the east. All right, guys, definitely send me your pictures. I would love to see what you're seeing out there. You can send them to me on Twitter. You can also send them to me on Instagram. I'm at Stormcat5. Go ahead and give a follow as well to the Stormfront Freaks Twitter account and Instagram account as well. And we would love to hear from you if you have damage from today, if you have pictures of clouds or rainbows or hail or lightning. Send them to me. We would love to kind of show your pictures on our stream. So if you have anything like that, go ahead and send them my way, and I'll show them on the stream. And I actually have a couple of pictures that I want to pull up. I got these from a couple of viewers. Let's just quickly open that one. So this was from Westerville, Ohio. This was after the storms had passed. This was a double rainbow. Look at that, is about one of the most impressive double rainbows I think I've ever seen. Just a beautiful, beautiful rainbow as the storms passed.
Absolutely.
Gosh. I mean, look at that. Look at that color. That's crazy. This was another picture of the rainbow. I think this was sent to us by let's see. I think this was sent to us by Megan McGuire. So thanks for that. And then I think we also had a video here of the rainbow. Let's see if I can get that. A lot of rainbow videos, which I love. This was a video of that same rainbow. It looks like in Columbus. And let's see. Yeah, look at that. That's just crazy. I mean, that looks like Alien. That's insane.
Alien rainbows.
Yeah, I've never seen a complete rainbow like that.
You know, if you drive to the end, you'll find something.
You'll find something, I bet. Yikes. All right, so we got 4 active tornado warnings currently. And guys, I would encourage you guys too, if you like the stream, please go onto YouTube and actually I'll show you how to do it right now. But go onto YouTube where you're watching us, and if you aren't watching us on YouTube, that's fine. You can also just give us a follow if you're watching us on Twitter. If you're watching us on Facebook, give us a follow as well. But if you are watching us on Twitter, go to the like and subscribe button, and go ahead and hit that. That does a ton of wonders for us. So if I'd pull us up on Twitter and I'd look at our stream, and this is gonna let me mute that. So go ahead and give this stream a like if you liked it. Obviously, you don't have to if you don't like it. But if you did, go ahead and give us a like and subscribe to the show. And if you hit this subscribe button down here, if you're signed in, it'll just subscribe. You have to be signed in to do it. But the cool thing is that what that allows you to do is every time we go live, whether it be for our podcast or whether it be for Outbreak, you'll get notified. And so that'll allow you guys to not have to look or actually manually find us. You'll go ahead and get notified, and we'll that way you can see whenever we go live. You'll never miss a minute. So if you just go to youtube.com. If you're watching us there, go ahead and give us a subscribe or a like and subscribe to our channel. And sorry, Nikki, I might have said YouTube. I meant to say YouTube if I did say that, but when you stream back to back 8 hours one day and then 4 hours the next, your brain starts to turn to a little bit of jello.
You're doing a great job, Brady.
Oh, thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. All right, let's go back down to this tornado warning down here. And this is in southern Ohio, just north of Portsmouth. Yikes. Okay, so this is a really strong, and I actually think this tornado warning might be a little bit too far south. If they do issue a new one, I would expect them to issue it for this area right here. We've got some really strong rotation or really strong winds in this cell. You've got some winds kind of moving this way.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northern Perry County in southeastern Ohio.
Okay, so that is not for that cell we were just looking at. That is a new tornado warning. This is the cell that just moved off of Lancaster. Let's take a look at the local Columbus radar. And this is so fun because I never get to use the local Columbus radar. And let's look and see what they're seeing. Okay, yep, there it is. So National Weather Service, new tornado warning has been issued for Somerset, Ohio. And this storm, it says a radar indicated tornado warning, is in northern Perry County and southeastern Ohio. So these storms have pushed away from the Metro Columbus area, but now are pushing off to the east. And we still have a possible tornado moving through just north of Zanesville. If there would be a tornado, it would be right in here. That's where you've got your area of strongest rotation. And to be honest, the fact that I'm seeing a little bit of a CC or a brighter red, brighter orange color, you could have a tornado here. Also, Somerset, right in here is your rotation. So if you live in Somerset, Ohio, you could be getting a tornado moving through your area right now. This is definitely probably one of the most impressive signatures I've seen out of this storm, else than the one up in Zanesville. This is clearly an area of rotation, green and red next to each other. You could have a weak tornado that's on the ground right now, moving through Somerset. Let's look at a different radar and let's see if there's any sort of debris ball. Not really. Not really. Okay, just a bunch of noise. So this is a really good example of just like a bunch of noise in there. I don't think that's necessarily debris. That's just a bunch of different kinds of raindrops, maybe some hail. All right, let me update our tornado warnings. Okay, so we have a total of 3 right now. So that's good. That's down from 5 just a minute ago. All of our tornado warnings to the south are gone. The only 3 tornado warnings we have right now are in Ohio. 1 in southern Ohio, 1 in east, and 2 just off to the east of Columbus. 1 in northern Zanesville, and 1 moving into New Lexington and Crooksville, just to the north of actually those areas, moving through Somerset right now. Kyle, thanks, Kyle. Appreciate it, man. Kyle and I went to school with each other, and now we talk about the weather a lot. So a lot of times I'll ask Kyle about what he thinks for the day, and I'll ask him if he thinks I should go live. He's a pretty smart dude. Hawking Hills says southern Lancaster. This storm is past Lancaster. You still got some rain in Lancaster. This tornado warning is to your east, though. So I think southern Lancaster should be fine for now. You guys are outside of that tornado warning. So both of these storms are possibly producing the National Weather Service thinks. Right. I was just saying what the National Weather Service thinks.
Tornado warning for northwestern Harlan County in southeastern Kentucky, east central Bell County in southeastern Kentucky, southeastern Leslie County in southeastern Kentucky.
So new tornado warning for Kentucky has not appeared yet on our radar. All right, so I'll look at that tornado warning in just a second. One thing to note is our tornado warning that we had just north of Portsmouth, that has been allowed to expire. Still a nasty storm down there, with definitely some hail here. But the good news is this tornado warning was allowed to expire. Still possibly a nasty storm moving into Portsmouth. It does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it, so you are going to get some pretty nasty winds there. But Yikes. We're going to have to keep an eye on this too, guys. Did you see this, Dan? This is down just to the west of Portsmouth. Looks like a little bit of a couplet down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I know we had a viewer in Portsmouth, Ohio, even though there's no tornado warning, this couplet that we have right here that's kind of developing, these green and these reds are kind of moving towards North Portsmouth. I would probably I would contact them and just tell them to take shelter. I don't think necessarily there's a tornado on the ground yet, but this is a sign that there could be this rotation is starting to strengthen. So I would have them have the parents get to shelter. We'll come right back to that storm. Let's look back at these tornado warnings, see if there's anything new. Okay, still broad area rotation. Could be something in here, could be something in here. I don't think there's necessarily a huge concern. I think there could be something. I think you're going to get a pretty nasty storm, some high winds, maybe a quick spin up. But I don't think there's necessarily a tornado on the ground just yet. All right. And then really quickly, I'm just going to pull this other tornado.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
I bet that's Portsmouth. 100%. That's that Portsmouth storm.
Central County in south central Ohio.
Yep, that's the Portsmouth storm. That was just what we were looking at. So I think Keegan and Maggie, the good news is this tornado warning is not including Portsmouth. So that means they think the storm actually might move to the north. But still, I would have them get to shelter if they live in Portsmouth, Ohio.
National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for.
Tornado warning for northwestern Guernsey County in east central Ohio, southeastern Coshocton County in east central Ohio, northeastern Muskingum County in east central Ohio, southern Tuscarawas County in east central Ohio.
All right, so we'll get to that in just a second. I'm just going to leave this radar up on screen and take a quick 30-second bio break. Dan, will you keep an eye on the radar for me and just let me know if anything looks incredibly bad?
I'll do what I can.
Okay, great.
Okay, so currently we've got tornado warning remains in effect for Muskingum County. We've got new tornado warning. Looks like they've extended that off to the east. Bell. Okay, we got a. Is that no wait? I thought there was a new one coming out. Brady's going to be coming back here in just a second. Let's see. Perry County, Ohio is still in effect. Bell, Harlan, and Leslie County, Kentucky still in effect.
All right, so I'm back. Thank you, Dan, for holding down the fort. Okay, so what do we got? So we've got a tornado warning just north of Portsmouth. This is a pretty decent area of rotation. No debris signature, so that's good. But if you live near or just north of Portsmouth, Ohio, you guys have a tornado warning pretty strong rotation moving off to your north. It looks like this might just miss Portsmouth to the north. Still, take this storm very seriously. Also, we have they extended the tornado warning up in Zanesville. This is starting to get just out of the range of this this radar here, and I think it actually might be out of range. Shoot. No, it's not yet. So this storm moving off into just past Zanesville. This tornado warning was extended. It's still a radar indicated tornado warning. If there would be a tornado, it'd be probably right near Adamsville or just to the south, right where you kind of see this area right here, just east of Greenwood. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. It doesn't look incredibly impressive right now, but still, let's look at it actually on different radar and see what it looks like. Okay, yeah, you've got some definite rotation in here, so you could definitely have a spin up in there. You could have a tornado that is pushing off to the east. Not a very tight rotation, but oftentimes when you have these kinds of storms and you have these this mass of storms, oftentimes the rotation isn't really tight, and you could still have a tornado that it plops down. Gooseiest just said, can't wait to watch. Love from Long Island, big fan, and I'm 11. Listen to your guys' podcast all the time. Gooseiest, thank you, man. That is so awesome. I love that you're interested in weather, and keep it going, man. It's follow your dreams, and ultimately, weather is pretty awesome. So glad that you're watching the show, and so glad you could join us. Elizabeth said, so a bunch of roads are closed due to flooding. Any chasers hopefully out there are aware of this. Yeah, we've got this tornado warning that this is moving into. There is a large, huge flash flood warning for eastern Ohio. So they got a ton of rain out there. So my guess is they've got a bunch of roads closed. Let's take a look down here in Harlan. This is our other tornado warning right now. A little bit of a couplet there. Could be something there. Not really anything on the correlation coefficient, so that's good. Elizabeth is sharing her source. Love that. Yeah, and guys, if you've got any pictures, if you've got anything else, send them to us. We'd love to see what you got. Yikes, I gotta restart my tornado script. We'll always love to see the pictures you guys got. Those rainbow pictures are pretty incredible. And I actually think I got some from another viewer. Let me see if I can pull those up. Oh, wow. That's actually amazing. Just checking to see if I have any other pictures from people.
Yeah, Elizabeth, I guess take a look at some of the traffic cams. There was one earlier near West Union, I believe, that was looking across the bridge, but it was from a TV station. So.
Now look at this. Look at this picture that I've got. Let me pull it up. Whoops, that's not the right thing. Another picture of the rainbow here. That was also from Westerville, Ohio. Just unbelievable. That was sent to us from. Let's see. That was sent to us from. Chris. The Chris family in Westerville. So thank you guys for that.
I like the composition.
I do too. Yeah, I think she's a pretty talented photographer, so that's pretty cool. Thank you for that picture. And I actually think we also got another picture from my buddy Kyle. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, this is actually a crazy picture. Looks like my buddy Kyle was chasing near Ripley. So if you guys remember, Ripley was that we looked at that storm when it possibly was producing a tornado. Come on, Google, what's going on? Sorry, just trying to send myself an email on my phone right now. So this is classic. So this was sent to us by Kyle. And let's see. So that was apparently near Ripley, and this was right near where that tornado had touched down. So this was Ripley, Ohio. If you look back at the radar, what happened? This was that cell that was when it crossed the Ohio River was a possible tornado. So I'm going to go back a little bit further. Let's go back 75 frames. So this was, let's see. I think Ripley was down here. No, I think there's Ripley. Okay. This was right as that storm crossed the Ohio River that had a confirmed tornado with it. So, that was this picture. That was Kyle Raypool sent this in, and I mean, the leading edge of that's definitely a rain curtain. But look towards the middle here. That gets pretty solid. So that could be a rain wrapped tornado that you can see there. So that's pretty great. Wow. Yeah, so thanks, Kyle, for that. That I didn't even know he was chasing today. Apparently he was. But that's down at the Ohio River, possibly right as that rain-wrapped tornado maybe crossed the river. All right, let's take a look at the Zanesville and just see what we got. See if there's anything crazy. Still some rotation here. Still a radar indicated tornado. Cambridge, Adamsville. If you're in any of these areas, take this warning seriously. There could be an embedded tornado within this storm. Been warned for a while now. Portsmouth, Ohio. Let's get back to you. Let's see what we got there. Okay, so the good news is they've allowed this tornado warning to expire. Still has a pretty strong winds with it, but the good news is the rotation doesn't look like it's there like it was before. So Portsmouth, Ohio, still pushing, still a storm pushing through the northern part of the town, but no more tornado warnings. So that's good. So we only have two active tornado warnings right now. That's this little bitty storm down in Harlan. Now, that doesn't mean there can't be a tornado from that. Right in here would be your tornado if you had one. Harlan is just to your north, Ross Point, Kentucky. Let's look at the not really any debris there. So still take this warning seriously. Radar indicated tornado warning. And then the only other tornado warning is just to the east of Zanesville, moving into Cambridge. Let's see if I got any other pictures. A lot of rainbows I'm getting. All right. Well, let's look at the storm reports. I am curious to see what do we got for today. And how did today perform? Nope, I don't want you to know my location. All right, so a total of 7 storm reports right now. Or sorry, not 7. A total of 7 tornado reports from today. So we look at this right now to just look at, okay, what kind of tornado, wind, or hail reports have we seen today? We've seen a total of 110. We saw 2 tornado reports up here in northern Illinois. We saw a bunch of wind reports here. A lot of these actually were from the storms that we got earlier. And then we also saw some tornado reports along the Ohio River. That was that Ripley storm that we saw that Kyle had sent the picture in of. So there was, confirmed tornado down there, or at least a confirmed tornado report. So most likely that picture Kyle had took might have been a rain-wrapped tornado, which is absolutely wild. And then we had 2 tornado reports down in Tennessee. And if we compare that, I really want to compare that to the moderate risk, because this was at the beginning of the day. And let's just go side by side with these things. And let's get over here. So at the beginning of the day, we had said there was a pretty good chance for some long track violent tornadoes. And I mean, if we look at our moderate risk, it was in central Ohio, northern Kentucky, Cincinnati. And we only, if I would draw that on this map, we only really had 2 to 3 tornado reports in the moderate risk, which is interesting. So today I wouldn't call today a bust, but it definitely did not. It definitely did not perform as much as I think we expected it to, which is a good thing, I guess, right? So we had a lot of wind reports. That was really a lot from early this morning. We didn't have a lot of hail reports. We had some hail reports down here. This part of the country generally struggles to get really large hail anyway, but a lot of wind reports. That's kind of to be expected. Let's see if there's any interesting ones either. That's not it. So we had 2 tornadoes in Kankakee, Illinois. That was this morning. We had 2 different tornado reports in Tennessee. And then we had a tornado report in Ripley, Brown County, Ohio. That is that storm that Kyle had taken a picture of, which is pretty cool. I think we've got some, can't be sure that was a tornado in that picture, but it was looked pretty intimidating. The fact that we do have a tornado report there could mean there was one.
Yeah, I could see some motion in it.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It you can see visually the rain moving in.
100%, almost in a circular. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. And then there was also one in Adams County, Ohio, which is, I think, right across the kind of near Union or West Union. So that same storm, I believe, or maybe the more southern one, I think. So those were the 7 tornado reports for today. This is once again, this is that storm, or this is that picture that Kyle had said. So you can kind of see you've got the rain band, or you've got rain kind of streaming down, but then it kind of curves a little bit this way. And that means that rain's kind of getting pulled in. It's getting pulled into something, which you wouldn't expect that when you have rain that's pushing out from a storm. The rain should be kind of slanted this way. The fact that this rain is kind of wrapping back in, and then you see a solid structure in there, like right in there, I think that's your tornado. Great pick, Kyle. I'm pretty sure that you got a tornado. Wow. Just a ton of really beautiful rainbow picks that we're seeing from. I'm getting sent a bunch of this stuff. I'll have to share this one as well. Now it isn't looking like we're going to go as late tonight, hopefully, because things are starting to die down a little bit, which is probably a good thing. Elizabeth said, of course, the train station camera near Cambridge, Ohio is offline. Of course it is. All right. I think we actually have a new mesoscale discussion. This is okay. All right. So basically, they're saying there's a continued threat for tornadoes throughout the majority of the evening. So basically, there's a ton of helicity out here in front of this line of storms that just moved through. The only issue is the dew points aren't incredibly high. So, and I bet that's probably why we didn't see a more significant outbreak today, is because the moisture didn't return as quickly as I think we needed it to, which is, I guess a good thing. But still, if you live in eastern Ohio, you're still under a threat for tornadoes as we go into the nighttime.
Yeah, and I've got the dew points plotted on the regional radar.
Yeah, it's pulled up. Yeah. So we got 50s, high 50s, low 60s. Yeah, that's surprising. The models all said to get pretty significant long track tornadoes, it really sure helps to have, middle to upper 60s. So the fact that we're seeing high 50s, low 60s, that's probably a limiting factor.
Yeah, and then it gets a little bit drier as you get east.
Yeah. So these storms, as they go east, will, they still have a chance to spin up a tornado, but the limiting factor is definitely going to be the dew points. T. Harris says, great job tonight. Thanks to all who participated. Phil, Greggles, Dan, and Garrett. And thank you thanks, Dad. You're very kind.
Your dad has some kind words.
Yes, he's a good man. He's a good man, that's for sure. Yeah, so Elizabeth, this is about as right as accurate as anything I've seen today. It is crazy, especially around here. It is crazy how many things have to go right. The conditions, even when we have a day that looks bad, like today, where a lot of the conditions were there, something could be a little off, and we don't see a widespread severe weather outbreak. I still think this was an outbreak. We did have 7 reports of tornadoes, but it wasn't the outbreak I think that we expected. And just every single thing has to go right. And if this time the dew points didn't go, we didn't have enough moisture, and that can happen. And that's, I guess, fortunate. That's fortunate for us, right? That we didn't necessarily see a widespread tornadic outbreak. But and these storms, as they move off to the east, are kind of losing their supercellular structure, but still, like looking at the radar, we still have some nasty storms, right? So if you live really anywhere in eastern Ohio, really any out in front of any of these storms, right? So Pittsburgh is probably too far north, but Parkersburg, Charleston, West Virginia, Kentucky, these storms are going to be pushing your way, and as they do, you could have little spin-ups here or there, and you could get some tornadoes. So it's important to note that even though the sun has set, the threat isn't necessarily over. Right? I don't think we aren't as concerned about the isolated supercell long track tornadoes anymore, but we still are concerned about these lines as they continue to move to the east, possibly could produce some tornadoes. And those are always dangerous overnight. And we're starting to move out of our area. We're starting to move out of our moderate risk area and move into our enhanced to slight risks. That means that everyone in these areas is probably going to be less informed or less kind of worried about tornadoes because it wasn't as big of a deal for them at the beginning of the day.
So yeah, if you're on a tornado watch, do what it says. Keep a watch out.
Yes, keep a watch out.
And if you get a warning, do what it says.
And get to shelter, right? Exactly. Well, I think Dan, I think we might be wrapping up soon.
Well, you deserve some rest.
Yeah, I think these storms are still strong, and there still could be tornadoes that spin up tonight. So if you live in any of these areas, just like I said, the area that in that mesoscale discussion, or in central West Virginia, eastern Kentucky, eastern Ohio, as these storms move out, especially down here near Portsmouth, as this kind of broken line of storms moves through, you could always get a spin up from these things. And I would expect a couple of tornado warnings somewhere along this line tonight. So if you live in any of those areas, have a way to get warnings, have a weather radio. If you don't have a weather radio, have your phone, make sure it's got a backup battery pack plugged in next to your bed just in case things were to hit the fan.
Yeah, and sleep with your shoes nearby. If you need to take shelter, you want to have your shoes and things to protect you.
Exactly. Yeah, be ready. Okay, so the last thing I'll show here, this was from Jane Burton in Westerville, Ohio. This is another video of the rainbow. So just a beautiful, about as complete of a rainbow as you've seen. I mean, just unbelievable. So folks in Ohio definitely saw a show tonight. All right, guys. Well, I just want to thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you to everyone that tuned into the stream. And today didn't produce as much as we thought, and that's a good thing, right? So I'm glad that we did not produce. I'm glad that we did not produce significant tornadoes, at least so far. We had some tornadoes down in southern Ohio. We had some tornadoes in Tennessee, and our thoughts and prayers are with any of the communities affected by that. But it doesn't look like we had a significant outbreak of strong long track tornadoes like we thought we might have at the beginning of the day. And thank goodness for that. But just want to thank you guys from the bottom of our heart for tuning in. And please like, subscribe, to the show. Share it with your friends if you like the show. If you didn't, let us know why you didn't like it, and let us know what we can do better in the future. Right? This is our third Outbreak show, so we're always looking to improve this show and make it the best we possibly can be. And we're going to continue to get this format better. We're going to continue to find more guests. You're going to see more guests in the future joining the show. More freaks. I know you guys love that. We'll get more cameras, more boat guys. Getting saving Phil and Garrett with the I think the boat guy was for sure the hero of the show. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah, I think so. He was the fan favorite.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and honestly, I loved him too. He saved our guys. But just want to thank you from the bottom of our heart for watching tonight, and we will see you on the next Outbreak. Dan, any final words for the fam?
I want to thank everyone for tuning in, and you know, just so they're wonderful. They're great.
Love it. Cool, y'all. Well, thank you once again for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Peace.
Take care.